Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the second International Conference on Democracy and Social Justice, organized by the Alexis Tsipras Institute on Peace, Justice and Sustainable Development. So for the next few hours, Dora Nagnostopoulou, mega channel journalist on the environment, and the very well-known actor Emilios Chilakis will present the presentations and the speakers. At the end of the conference, we will listen to the presentation, to the speech by Alexis Tsipras himself, and not what others report that he has said. So, before we start opening the different discussions, let us welcome the director of the Alexis Tsipras Institute, Mr. Evangelos Kalpadakis, who is a diplomat and for many years the diplomatic advisor to Alexis Tsipras. He was present in many important points, among them during the Prespa agreement negotiations. Mr. Kalpadakis, you have the floor, sir. On behalf of the Institute, Alexis Tsipras, on democracy, justice, and sustainable growth, I should like to welcome everyone, those physically present here, as well as those who have joined us digitally. A year ago, the first steps of the Institute were taken at a point in time when it was becoming increasingly clear that the parallel crisis period was not going to be just a parenthesis in history, with the financial issues, with the migration issues and cost of life issues coming close to increasing number of citizens was clear. So the crisis were becoming permanent. So we had decided that peace and sustainable growth would be the subject of our first conference. In a period of problems of support in Europe and in a period of a number of crises, we have put forward the importance of sustainable growth in this world, but mostly in a period of bloodshed with many innocent victims that was leading the world to a new direction, and our part of the world in a destabilization. We opted to send a political and diplomatic message that we should go against nationalism in favor of international law, in favor of peaceful solutions, in favor of a role that Europe can and play and is able to play and should play as regards the crisis around the world. Using as an example the Prespa agreement, a number of years after the agreement, despite how painful it was, despite the political cost, it is possible for two countries to find common ground in order to walk in the road of peace and safeguard of their interests, in order to show that we are never able to postpone opportunities, to kick the responsibilities and the burdens to the future, to the next generations, to our children, whether this relates to politics, to inequality or climate. Last year's conference aimed at sending out a wider message. In the period of European elections, where it was clearly shown that extreme right and abstention from the elections was going to take place in this country, the Institute was trying to bring people back into politics. We have strived, and we still strive to activate people from politics, from the market, from activism and civil society to be promoted in order to highlight the important policies and challenges which are of major importance nowadays. My dear friends, these are of major importance because nobody could have imagined the developments of everything that I have mentioned before. The re-election of President Trump has created a shift not only in the pre-war, but even in the post-war order. Everything is relies on the inequalities and the great weaknesses of the system. Globalization sets the prevalence of powerful players, and not only as regards the wars in Ukraine and in Palestine. We see the role that those with powerful wealth play around the world. We see that political wealth, politics and wealth is linked to the digital transformation and allow the collection of information by governments and others. We see the important role of violence, police violence and non-police violence vis-à-vis the immigrants and others. We see the way that the whole state is being dissembled, not only social state, but the whole state. We see how the most powerful country in the world, the US, will be able to manage the inequalities and social tensions which are rising on a daily basis. And we see European countries to borrow and lend situations that happen on both sides of the Atlantic, in Argentina and elsewhere. And that is why, more than ever, now is the moment to discuss about democracy and social justice together on both sides of the Atlantic, to discuss together on how we are going to support democracy and social justice, how we are going to use the huge potential given to us by new technologies. We are very lucky to have excellent speakers with us today from Greece, from Europe, from, of course, the United States and the Americas. And we see that Yannis Psychopedis has painted the poster, while Ms. Vadulidaki has taken care, has created the award that we are going to hand over. We need to be mobilized, to be activated, and there is no other way. There is no other way to promote this spirit but to award the prize to the creators from Palestine and Israel of the film No Other Land. And I give them heartfelt thanks for being here today, as I should also like to thank former Prime Minister Zoran Zaev for also being with us today. Let me also thank Delphi Economic Forum and Mr. Tsomokos with his excellent associates for promoting and for supporting us, and the valuable associates of the Institute, Andreas Bousios and his associates, Michalis Kalogiru, Yana Petea, Eleni Dimoula, Fotini Bakadima, Eleni Stavrakaki, Antigoni Hadjioannou, and the security people, as well as Melisante Yanuti, for her support and her ideas. Once again, I would like to welcome you all to this conference, because I believe that our ideas, our proposals, our thoughts will help us shape our common future. And as of this fall, we will have a new group of executives, and we are going to widen our activities as regards the challenges faced by this country, Greek citizens, and as regards the changes that we need now more than ever before. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Βαγγέλη.
Let us thank Mr. Vangelis Kalpadakis. Today, as we said, we've reached the end of this first round of the operation of this institute. Last year, a little while before the European election, we had the very first international conference called by the institute. It was dedicated to peace and sustainable development. We had former prime ministers, current prime ministers, presidents of the republic, European commissioners, people representing the political arena, academia from Europe and the world. We had another two important events held by the Institute, one on the economy and the other on the rule of law. And here we are today. We are hosting the second international conference on democracy and social justice as we speak. And let us kick off this second international conference of the Institute with our first connection to the United States of America. We are in the presence digitally of Michael Sandel, who is a professor of political philosophy at Harvard University. He's an exciting professor, a great orator. He has managed to turn political philosophy into something understood through justice and what's right to do. And this is one of the most popular courses taken by students at Harvard University. It's no accident that every time he makes a lecture, there are hundreds flocking to the amphitheater, not just to listen to what he has to say, but to converse with him, to respond to his questions, and eventually sail the oceans of political philosophy by receiving or being taught lessons of a life. Let us welcome Mr. Sandel.
Mr. Sandel, we're very glad to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
Professor, in this conference, we are trying to understand the danger to democracy posed by the ascendance of right-wing authoritarian parties and how progressives should respond. 3 decades ago, in your classic book, Democracy's Discontent, you warned of the danger that we now confront. You predicted that neoliberal globalization was likely to provoke reactions from those who would shore up borders, harder the distinction between insiders and outsiders, and promise a politics to take back our culture and take back our country, to restore our sovereignty with a vengeance. Does it give you any comfort to see your dark prediction come true? What explains the success of Trump in the US and the rise of other right-wing populist authoritarian parties and politicians?
Well, Dora, thank you for the question. It gives me no comfort that my worries back in the mid-1990s have come to pass with the threats to democracy that we now experience. Even in the 1990s, it was possible to glimpse the threat, the danger to the democratic project amidst what then seemed a time of peace and prosperity. The Berlin Wall had fallen, the Cold War had ended, the Soviet Union had broken up, and it seemed to many in the West that only one system was left standing, the version of liberal democratic capitalism. It seemed to have won the day. Commentators proclaimed the end of history. But beneath this sense of, well, hubris, and sense of triumph, it was possible to glimpse some mounting discontents with democracy. First, there was a growing sense of disempowerment. People feel less and less in control of the forces that govern their lives. People felt that their voice didn't matter. And second, there were concerns for the erosion of community, a sense of belonging. The age of globalization promised to transcend national borders for the flow of goods, for the flow of capital, for the flow of people. And it seemed as if national borders and national belonging, sense of patriotism and pride, were obsolete, were atavistic. Now, these worries about the loss of self-government and the erosion of community and belonging, these worries deepened in the decades since, and the discontent that was inchoate at the time has become harsh, sharp, a source of deep polarization. And this is largely because of the widening inequalities brought about by the version of neoliberal globalization that was embraced by mainstream parties of the center right and the center left. And so in many ways, it was the failure of that neoliberal market-driven, finance-driven globalization project that created the opening for figures like Donald Trump to appeal to those who've been left behind by 4 or 5 decades of wage stagnation, of the outsourcing of jobs to countries with few protections for labor and for the environment. And what the mainstream parties did, especially progressive parties, was to alienate the working class voters who once constituted their primary base of support, Dora.
And it's a long time, as you said, 4 or 5 decades for those people to sense, to feel that they are left behind. Now, why have center-left parties, such as the Democratic Party in the US, struggled to respond to the mood of anger and discontent? Why have they alienated many of the working class voters who traditionally supported them?
It's important for center-left and progressive parties to figure out an answer to this question, Dora. And the beginning of the answer goes back to the Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher era. They made the explicit argument, Reagan and Thatcher, that government is the problem and that markets are the solution. They embraced the market faith. But even when they were succeeded by center-left political parties and politicians, Bill Clinton in the United States, Tony Blair in Britain, Gerhard Schroeder in Germany, these center-left parties and politicians softened the harsh edges of the Reagan-Thatcher pure laissez-faire approach to the economy. But they didn't challenge its fundamental premise. They didn't challenge the market faith, the idea, the assumption that market mechanisms are the primary instruments for defining and achieving the public good. As a result, these parties, including center-left parties, like the Democratic Party in the United States, accepted uncritically the market faith and deepened the hold of neoliberal globalization on their economies. It was center-left politicians, together with those from the center-right, I'm thinking of Democrats and Republicans in the United States, who embraced the free trade agreements, the outsourcing of jobs, the insistence on capital flow, unfettered capital flows across boundaries, all in the name of increasing GDP. Now, it's true. This period of globalization did produce enormous rewards, but those rewards, most of that increase in GDP went to those at the top. In the US, it went to the top 20%. And for the average worker, the bottom half, almost none of the GDP gains were shared. For 5 decades, the median worker in the United States, in real terms, experienced almost no growth, no wage growth, even as productivity was increasing in the economy as a whole. And so it's not surprising that given 5 decades of stagnant wages and the hollowing out of working class communities in the industrial heartland of the United States, it's no wonder that these voters would look elsewhere. And in 2016, they voted for Donald Trump. At least a great many of them did.
It's a great explanation. We can understand better now after this answer of yours. Now in your book, The Tyranny of Merit, you write that many working people feel looked down upon the professional classes, especially by well-educated, well-credentialed elites. What accounts for the populist backlash against elites, including elite universities?
Well, we've spoken, Dora, already about widening inequalities. And it's certainly, but that's not the whole story, because it doesn't fully capture the resentment that arises when people feel looked down upon. And so there's something that went along with the economic inequality that explains this, I think. In recent decades, the divide between winners and losers has been deepening, poisoning our politics, setting us apart. This has partly to do with the widening inequalities of income and wealth that we've already discussed. But it also has to do with the changing attitudes towards success that have accompanied the widening inequalities. Those who landed on top during the age of globalization came to believe that their success was their own doing, the measure of their merit, and that they therefore deserved the full bounty that the market bestowed upon them, and by implication, that those who struggle, those left behind, must deserve their. Now, this way of thinking about success arises from a seemingly attractive idea, the ideal of meritocracy, the principle that says that those who, that insofar as chances are equal, the winners deserve their winnings. Now, we know that chances are not truly equal in our societies, but the problem could not really fully be solved simply by trying to perfect the meritocracy. Because even a fully realized meritocracy, if somehow we could bring it about with genuine equality, fair equality of opportunity, even that meritocracy would be flawed, would have a dark side. And the dark side is that it's corrosive of the common good. Telling people that their success is their own doing leads the successful to inhale too deeply of their own success, to forget the luck and good fortune that helped them on their way, to forget their indebtedness to those who make their achievement possible. So what created the resentments, the sense of grievance, the sense of being looked down upon, was only partly the widening economic inequalities. The meritocratic attitudes toward success, the hubris of well-credentialed elites, their tendency to look down on those less successful, less fortunate than themselves. This added insult to the injury of economic inequality. And this explains the politics of hubris and humiliation that Donald Trump and similar right-wing authoritarian figures exploit. Donald Trump promised to be the retribution of those who feel looked down upon.
And we see the results, Professor.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presence today for the Institute, and thank you so much for this dialogue that we had.
Thank you, Dora.
Πάντα πολύ.
Εξαιρετικά όσα.
Excellent. We've heard wonderful and very, very interesting views from Professor Sandel. Yes, I would like very much to hear what the famous aristocracy would say. Yes, anyway, we see what's happening in Los Angeles. We got a really good picture of the reasons behind all that. So let us now continue the discussion with the title of session 1, that is the progressive response to the crisis of democracy. Let us call upon Haris Tsipras, who is the director of the Peace Research Institute Oslo. We will also listen to the video message from Marshall Ganz, who is a senior lecturer in leadership, organizing, and civil society from Harvard Kennedy School. We also have with us Humberto Costa online with us. He's the provisional president of the Partido de Trabajadores from Brazil. We also have Christina Koulouri, who is the professor of modern and contemporary history at the University of Social and Political Science. We also have the representative of Istanbul Mayor Imamoglu, and we have Garo Paylan, visiting scholar of Euro program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Washington, D.C., and member of the Turkish National Assembly, and Mr. Leo Gerdén, representative of Harvard Students for Freedom, as well as Jeffrey Kopstein and Venko Filipče, who is the chairman of the Party of Social Democrats in North Macedonia.
Please, free. Up to you. Yeah. Okay, please. Please, join me. A very warm welcome to the first panel, which couldn't be more topical. Without further ado, and before even introducing the panel, which in principle is going to be on the progressive responses to the crisis of democracy, I understand that we have Humberto Costa with us, who's not only normally in Brazil, but now particularly in Uruguay. So with your permission, we'll go directly to the messaging because he needs to be released, and then you'll allow me to present the further panel. Senator Costa, the floor is yours directly because we understand you need to be released. Thank you for joining us under these circumstances, and please.
Oh, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to talk to you. I wrote some words to facilitate the expression of my opinions and the opinions of my party, the Workers' Party in Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen of the Second International Conference on Democracy and Justice, dear friends of the Tsipras Institute, I begin expressing my honor to participate in this fundamental meeting of progressive forces, especially to discuss a great challenge of our time, democracy's global crisis and how we must respond to it. It is impossible not to associate the current crisis of the rule of law with its spoliation promoted by predatory neoliberalism, whose failed model has led to unregulated financial capital, causing the greatest social inequality. The recent trade war opened up by new U.S. tariff policy used indiscriminately against all nations on the planet, rich and poor, shows just how perverse and damaging this power is. During the COVID-19 pandemic, when the nihilist government refused to invest in vaccines and caused loss of thousands of lives that could have been saved by science, those were democratic instruments, such as a parliamentary commission of inquiry set up by Brazil's Senate that ensured the fight against necropolitics and the containment of its perverse effects. Around the world, we are witnessing a dangerous weapon, massive disinformation as a political instrument. The rise of far-right and its alliance with the transnational big techs gives birth to a dangerous convergence. It is absolutely destabilizing elements of the world order because it's fomenting wars like in Ukraine and the genocide in the Gaza, causing the deaths of thousands of innocent people. The scenario needs come to a sharp halt. Latin America has masters of our democratic combat. Brazil, Mexico, Chile, Uruguay have been centers of resistance to this dangerous anti-democratic onslaught. Although threats remain alive, as in Argentina and El Salvador, and in countries with a precarious political situation, such as Bolivia and Venezuela. In Cuba, that embargo constitutes a veritable war of state terrorism. Wendy Brown and Nancy Fraser have highlighted now how authoritarian neoliberalism sapped democracies, privatized public life, and allowed the far right to offer false promises of sovereignty and identity to those who have been abandoned by contemporary economies. That is not occasional. The purpose is to dismantle democratic and social conquests achieved after decades of struggle. Decades, a really well-coordinated project. In Brazil, this is an ongoing mill. The far-right movement led by Jair Bolsonaro, supported by misinformation networks, sought to destroy democratic institutions with a coup d'etat. Now he is being sued for that. Not satisfied with that failure, they are now using political agents together with big techs to seek sanctions from the US against the Supreme Court in a blatant attack on Brazilian sovereignty. That far-right big tech alliance systematically undermines the court's independence, vilifies state institutions, and attacks journalists and scientists. And, of course, it all adds up to profits from the algorithmic amplification of hatred, misogyny, racism, and climate denial. They promote equal devastation coordinately against the environment in a human tragedy on extreme scale, so that neo-fascism sets in motion policies of devastating forests, attacking native peoples and biodiversity. That alliance to kill democracy is not only in Brazil, it trespasses in the US, parts of Europe, and some places in Asia. But what should we do? First of all, we need to reject the false dichotomy between freedom of expression and big tech platform regulation. As Shoshana Zuboff warns, surveillance capitalism is incompatible with democratic life. That digital architecture present everywhere and acting in the interests of surveillance capital is a violent construction of power that neither passes through nor wants to pass through the control of democracy. We must demand international standards for platform accountability, algorithmic transparency, and protection of democratic deliberation. Secondly, we need to build transnational progressive alliances capable of confronting the global coordination of the far right. The far right doesn't recognize borders, and neither can we do. Our response must be based on international solidarity, as is already happening in the struggles in defense of the Amazon, for the rights of indigenous peoples, etc. And lastly, we must reaffirm that the defense of democracy is inseparable from the struggle for social justice and climate justice. Progressive forces need to articulate a vision that tackles the root causes of the democratic crisis: inequality, exclusion, and ecological devastation. This is why we are committed to defending our judiciary, advancing progressive social policies, and promoting a development model that is both sustainable and inclusive and, above all, democratic. Finally, I can say progressive forms answer must be radical in its defense of human dignity, social equality, and planetary survival, and pragmatic in building broad alliances, implementing effective regulations, and defending the rule of law. I bring you the words of an important Brazilian professor, Marilena Chauí. Democracy is not given, it's made. Let's make democracy stronger, fairer, and more skillful at confronting the present challenges. I do refer to those that have been pushed on us by the far right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Costa. We do understand that you need to be released, so thank you so much for being with us anyway. With that, may I unorthodoxly introduce this panel that, as I said, is about the progressive responses to the crisis in democracy. Now, I'm afraid that we have nothing less than a change of paradigm, both general and specific, in the sense that quite literally the acquis of decades, what we took for granted for decades, was shattered overnight. We're witnessing the absolute erosion of the state, or the relative one in other places, let alone the welfare state, certainly in Europe. We're witnessing electoral authoritarianism veering away of fundamental human rights and humanitarian principles, sometimes of the basic dignity. In a sense, the rules-based international order, as we knew it after the Second World War, that was based on the United States' willingness and ability to underwrite the system, is not there, seems not to be there, because the US looks unlikely to be willing and able to do so. It's unfortunately a case of normalization and legitimization of authoritarianism, of bullying by democratically elected states, mind you, and elected leaderships. I don't think we have a case of non-elected leaderships we talk about in these responses, and hence I think it's nothing less than, as I say, the legitimization of authoritarianism. This panel will try to do three things: define the problem, identify root causes, but also hopefully suggest ways of moving forward. The plea to the panelists is that please be brief. Please support our endeavor to be as inclusive and as representative as possible, linking continents, a few countries, a few time zones, let alone a few political realities of varying sorts. So with that, let's go to the other side of the Atlantic. Marshal Ganz has kindly joining us from Boston. Do we have him online?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity to learn with you at this time and in this place and with this community at a time that is certainly a rock bottom moment in my country and is moving that way elsewhere. I appreciate being invited to the Second International Conference of Democracy and Social Justice because we sure need a hell of a lot more of both. The way I've come to think about this is in terms of what happens when you hit rock bottom. And when you hit rock bottom, you recognize that what you've been doing isn't working, and that if you keep doing the same thing over and over, it's not going to work better because it's responsible for the mess we're in. So it is also a moment in which the need for change can be widely understood and the possibility of it embraced. In this context, a lot of my work, or my calling, has been in the development of leadership, the development of organizing, and the development of social movements and civic organizations with the power to achieve change. Now, I focus on that because those terms, leadership, organizing, and power, are often widely misunderstood. Because from my perspective, it's rooted in three questions posed by the first century Jerusalem scholar Rabbi Hillel, who said when people would come and say, what should I do with my life? He said, well, ask yourself three questions. If I am not for myself, who will be for me? Not meant to be selfish, but it's a demand for enough self-awareness that we can actually see others. And the second question, if I am for myself alone, what am I? Because to be a who and not a what, a human being and not a thing, is to recognize that we are relational creatures. We exist in relationship with others. We grow in relationship with others. And relationship is fundamental to who and what we are. And finally, he says, ask yourself, if not now, when? So for me, leadership's about the interaction of those three elements of self, other, and action. And organizing for me is a particular form of leadership that begins by asking first, not what is my issue, but who are my people? With whom am I engaging in this relationship of leadership? And the question, who are my people, is not a trivial question. I attended a session at the Kennedy School after the general election between the Trump campaign management and the Harris campaign management in a room, in the same room for a day and a half. It was pretty interesting. But I came away with the clear sense that what the Harris campaign had been doing was trying to tell people how they ought to feel, rather than listening to how they actually feel. And I think that is a problem. And there are reasons for this, but what it means is that we're not really engaging with our people. We're not clear about who our people are. We may know something about categories or demographics or labels, but do we know the people? Another example from the Harris campaign was New York Times sent a reporter with an organizer in Wisconsin to go door to door. And they encountered a woman who came out, and the organizer said, you must be very concerned about, he said, well, I'm from the Harris campaign. You must be very concerned about choice. Well, she sort of responded lightly. Then he goes, well, what about climate? Well, what about education? He starts going down a list of how do I categorize this person so that we can then target this person for the appropriate message that the algorithms will generate. Now that's not knowing your people. That's dehumanizing your people rather than humanizing them in such a way that it all becomes real. The second question, who are my people? What is the change they need? Not because I think they need this change, but because it's within the lived experience of the people with whom we work. What are the pain points? What are the hurt points? Where are the hope points? And finally, it's about how can I work with these folks to develop the power they need to achieve the change that they want. That's the idea of people, power, and change. Now, to me, that's what this organizing work is about. Engaging with people, discerning the needs, the desires, the wants, what change means, and then developing the power to achieve it. It is to, and so this is not like providing services to clients or marketing products to customers. This is about building constituency, which comes from the Latin constare, which means to stand together. It's to bring people together, to stand together, learn together, decide together, act together, and hopefully to win together. In my country, it's a matter of 3 chickens having come home to roost. One is a constitution that is fundamentally oligarchic and not democratic because it was designed to, in some way, balance a view of government as by the governed, democracy, or a view of government in which some are meant to govern and others to obey. The institutionalized racism part of my country since the beginning. And it's one reason why it doesn't work very well, or that it resists change more than it facilitates it. And that's one of the things that makes it possible for a minority to seize control of this mechanism we call government, which is, in the theory of liberal democracy, the critical power source to balance the concentrations of private power in wealth and in whatever other ways as well. The other challenge, I think, particular in the other chicken, rather, my country, is that in 1976, our Supreme Court ruled that money is speech. What that meant was that there could be no constraints on campaign spending. Now, it's not so much where the money comes from, it's the fact that there's no constraints. What it did was create an infinite demand, and in response to that, a multi-billion-dollar industry of electoral marketing developed that really now shapes our political processes. In other words, one way to think of it is a shift in the electoral means of production. At one time, people engaged with other people, not always in lovely ways, but engaged with other people in parties and so forth. Now, people do not connect with other people. It's all algorithms connecting to other algorithms, which is the situation I described at the beginning. And so it takes the practice of politics and legitimately turns it into a form of marketing. So we have these 2 structural challenges that we're dealing with here. But the third one is one that I think we widely share. And that really goes back to the 1970s, when the campaign for market fundamentalism underpinned the whole neoliberal drive, in which elites progressively abandoned any commitment to egalitarian politics. And it created the situation that Thomas Piketty has described as a Brahmin left, so-called, defined by education, that abandons any commitment to those who are not part of that world. And that creates, as Piketty said, it creates the constituency for the merchant right, who offer identity in lieu of well-being. Well, at least you're white. And strategy really, as you all may know, comes from the Greek word strata. And the field was called a strata, and the army's job was to take the field, so it was called a strata. And the general was called a strategos up here on the hill, coming up with the theory of change or a hypothesis about how to win the battle. And the ranks of soldiers down in the valley, they were called tacticas. It's where we get strategy and tactics. The problem is that often a cloud settles between the mountaintop and the valley. And the people in the mountaintop think they got the whole truth because they got the big picture. And the people in the valleys think they got the whole truth because they understand the context in intimate detail. The reality is we need each other. We need both to develop strategy that has power and effect. There's no substitute for human interaction. Now, I teach online. I mean, I have organizing classes, but we all see each other. We're building community with each other. The idea that we can substitute symbols and images for humans has got us way off track. I was at a dinner at MIT where Tim Berners-Lee, the guy who invented the World Wide Web, was saying that machines can make decisions, but only humans can make choices. His point was that machines are essentially calculating devices, zeros and ones. Well, we can calculate not as fast as the machine, but we also learn through our emotions, through our hearts. We learn through our bodies. We learn through our experiences. In other words, we have such richer sources of learning, understanding, and capacity. And that is about developing the capacity not simply to decide, but to make judgments. That's what human beings are capable of. And that's the kind of challenge we face right now. For me, the questions are, with whom do we work? Based on what shared values? How do we build learning into what we're doing? And how do we act in such a way that generates more capacity, not less? This is the work I think we have to do, all of us. And as is the premise of this entire conference, it's not work you do in one place. It's not work you do in one country. It's work that has to be done interdependently in an interdependence that creates power, not the kind of interdependence that takes power away. So let's get back to basics. The three questions that matter. If I am not for myself, who will be for me? But if I am for myself alone, what am I? And if not now, when? Thank you for this opportunity, and good luck.
With these inspiring words by Marshal Ganz, I think we can pave the way towards a physical discussion. If anything, we keep from him that interaction needs to be in place. So sticking with that part of the Atlantic, I'll turn to Jeffrey Kopstein. Jeffrey is the author of a very famous book on the assault of the state, and I think he's going to share some thoughts from that. I'm also going to challenge you a little bit to defy Stalin when he said that it's not who votes that counts, it's who counts the votes. So by extension of that, is the administration the problem, or is those that elect the administration the problem?
Okay.
Jeffrey, to you.
Thank you very much. Is the microphone working? Good. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to come to the conference. I was just in Los Angeles yesterday for the beginning of the riots there, so I have a little bit to say about that too, and to thank you to Prime Minister Tsipras for inviting me here. I haven't been to Athens since I was 17 years old on a high school basketball tournament. I was brought here, and it's changed a lot in 50 years. The challenges we face are indeed profound ones, and you've put your finger on, I think, one of the most important ones. Saving the global order the global liberal order is going to require a coalition. And that coalition, making coalitions is interesting because the big enemy of the left, I think, right? This is my view, has always been the insistence on purity and the kind of the splitting that goes into that. And if we're ever going to solve these problems, I think we have to make a genuine coalition. But the question is, a coalition to do what, right? And I'm going to stick to the United States for a couple of minutes here. You know, as my colleagues Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt have argued, the efforts of Trump and others like him to undermine informal norms of tolerance and forbearance while promoting their own personality cults, they definitely pose a serious threat to democracy, ignoring court orders, selectively denying due process to foreign residents of the United States, arresting them, deporting them, undermining the independence of universities and cultural institutions, the use of the military to deal with unrest, right, which is illegal in the United States, unless under very restrictive circumstances. And the undermining of federalism, right, which is really what's happening in California right now. It is a battle royale between the president and the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, over who has the actual right to deploy soldiers to the streets. All of these are multifaceted threats to democracy, and facing them down is going to require a gigantic amount of courage and creativity. But I think to get at your question, focusing on these obvious threats, and I think they're obvious to everyone in here, we may miss something even bigger. And the new authoritarians, they don't oppose elections. That's the interesting thing about them. They're actually pretty good at winning elections, according to, and even under the rules of Constitution. I want to point our attention elsewhere for 1 minute. Trump and others like him are not merely attacking democracy, but in some ways they're attacking modern government itself. What do I mean by that? Their fury towards what they call the administrative states, or sometimes when they're conspiratorially minded, the deep state. It's in fact a very typical reaction of a pre-modern leader towards all forms of bureaucratic proceduralism that might place limitations on their personal authority. There's a word for this kind of leader and the alternative order they're proposing. The German sociologist Max Weber called it patrimonialism, a much older form of rule in which the state itself is regarded as a kind of family business of sorts, the personal property of the ruler. Patrimonial leaders depict themselves as the fathers of their nation, as preservers of traditional ethnic and gender hierarchies, and they insist most above all, on personal loyalty above competence. This is the order that Trump is trying to build in the United States today. So I think that rather than looking, and lots of words get thrown around, rather than looking at theories of fascism, or calling this person a fascist and that person a fascist, I think it's probably more productive and more appropriate to look at the novel The Godfather, right? And Donald Trump, not as a would-be Hitler, but as a would-be Don Corleone. And the United States, in the vision of international relations, would simply be the head of the five families, sitting at the table with Vladimir Putin, Don Cheech, or whoever. Now, why should we care about this? First of all, it's important to care about it because patrimonialism was the dominant form of rule throughout most of human history. It was little more than the extended household of the ruler. The state did not exist as a separate entity. This was the rule of the symbolic father of the people. And exactly this idea is embodied in Trump's own words, recently articulated. He who saves his country does not violate the law. This form of state wasn't powerless. It was actually quite good at exercising coercion against its own people. But what it could not do, what it does not do well, is performing the functions of modern government. These rulers traditionally appointed family and friends, soothsayers, cronies, magicians. They persecuted, quote, impure foreigners, and they promoted a lot of incompetence, disease, poverty, suffering. Now, interestingly enough, modern war and modern capitalism is also ultimately what brought about a change of all of this, and the introduction of what Weber called legal rational bureaucracy, in which legitimacy was bestowed on institutions that followed rules and norms. Modern legal states made the world ultimately pretty safe, largely healthy, and pretty wealthy. Not perfect, but much better than whatever happened before. The modern state is what is now under assault. Americans, above all, love to hate the state. But without it, our air would be poisonous, our water unsafe, our children taught by incompetence, our public health systems non-existent, and our money would be worthless. But can Trump actually pull this off? Can he actually do it? That's really your question. Now, the interesting thing is pre-modern rulers didn't have to deal with modern states. They could just do stuff. The main job for Donald Trump and his advisors, by contrast, is in demolishing existing bureaucratic capacity. It's easy to make fun of Elon Musk. Very easy to make fun of Elon Musk. Who didn't do a very good job in wrecking the state. He didn't know much about the state. He was strangely incurious about the organizations that he was designed with wrecking. But there are others, especially the authors of Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation, who are intellectually serious. They know what they're doing. They know very well what they're doing. And if the left was surprised, it was surprised mostly not by the authoritarianism of Donald Trump when he got elected, but by the speed with which you could start to deconstruct the modern state. But what will be at the end of this? It won't be libertarian freedom. It will not be Christian nationalism. It will not be a unitary executive rationally doing things. It will be the patrimonial leader, the Godfather. Now, am I ignoring democracy? I don't think so. That's the point. Elections themselves are acts of administration. They require modern states. Think about the campaign against election workers, electoral procedures. They are part and parcel of patrimonial rule. So if we want to have a democracy, we need to defend the modern state itself. Lastly, am I ignoring the problem of capitalism and redistribution? I know progressives worry about this. I worry about it sometimes too. But I think it would be a mistake to see Trump as a normal, low-tax, small-state Republican. Let's look at the inauguration of 2020. What happened? Remember the inauguration and the stage? Who was on the stage? Who was sitting in the front row? The oligarchs, the capitalists. Now, were they there as a sign that they controlled Donald Trump? Or were they there because Donald Trump controlled them? Trump did not invite them as a sign of subservience to them. Musk, Bezos, and others were there to show loyalty to him. Americans tend to think that being rich makes you powerful. In fact, what the Trump era is showing is that being powerful makes you rich. And that is a huge difference. Almost everything we've seen so far, and especially in this latest little fallout between Trump and Musk, shows that. A one-sided focus on capital will blind us to this fact. In the world that Musk and his Silicon allies are trying to make, supplication, kissing the ring, is as important for entrepreneurs as innovation. Trump will not downsize the state. It is not neoliberalism. He will repurpose it. He will fill it with loyalists. The prediction is an under-provision of public goods that markets need to function and normal people need in order to survive. And once, the really bad news here is once we've deconstructed the modern state, there's no guarantee we'll get it back when we need it. We all remember COVID and those first weeks when Donald Trump came out and told us to do what? To drink bleach. He told us to drink bleach while the experts sat on the sideline, the state. And what I wanted my state. I did not want Donald Trump telling me to drink bleach. And at that moment, I wanted my state, and I could not have it. That is my concern as much as inequality, the role of oligarchs. I worry about whether we're going to have this grand achievement. So if there is one thing to be done about all of this, that is to reinforce, to reform. We can disagree about tax rates, we can do all of that, but to reinforce the incredible achievement that the modern state actually is. And we're only going to appreciate it as we appreciate many things when it comes under threat. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey. My concern is that for those for whom the US was a beacon of democracy, now are at a loss. And I'm also worried because the US narrative to the effect has also possibly been hit. I don't think you're ignoring democracy. Critics would argue which kind of democracy, because the same critics would also argue that that the US democracy, to be mild to it, has been of a very different kind, that in the way that it is defined in Europe, but that was anchored on checks and balances that now are simply not there. It was not a welfare state in the way we define it in Europe. Racial problems were always there, but still. But you've introduced the issue of the foreigners, and starting our journey to the eastern seaboard. I see a foreigner who's with us. Leo Gerdén is the Harvard Students for Freedom. Congratulations on just graduating Harvard, but congratulations more about graduating in time last month, seeing where things go. Leo, turning to you, from a first look, to me, you don't look like a quintessential threat. So what is it that makes you a threat? Combining that with the fact that, if I understand it correctly in the statistics, Ivy League graduates overwhelmingly support Democrats. So is it a political argument at the end of the day? If you could give us a snapshot of what the situation is in Boston these days, thanks, and welcome again.
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me. I would not say that he views us as a threat, but he is using us as poker chips right now in his own attempt to dictate what can be said on Harvard's campus. And, you know, when I try and understand Donald Trump and everything that is going on in America right now, my view is that we should take it as a given that Trump wants to be a dictator. He wants to rule without any checks and balances, without any barriers to whatever goal he may have. But whether he succeeds or not, that is up to us. And it's up to the rest of society to stop him. We can either accept what he's doing, or we can reject it. And all of us have a choice in that. So if I can first of all just go back to what I see as sort of the starting point for us as a student movement and on Trump's war on higher education, I would say that it started in late March when the Turkish student at the University Tufts, which is only a couple of kilometers outside of Harvard's campus, she was walking out on the street to break her fast. This was during Ramadan. And she was approached by 5 masked federal agents, ICE agents, on the street. She was put into a van and sent to a detention center in Louisiana, where she spent about 2 months. Her only crime was that she wrote in an op-ed in the student newspaper that the war in Gaza was a genocide. She had done nothing else than just that. And the government put her in a detention center for 2 months. But the even scarier part of that story is what I saw on campus immediately afterwards. I saw, I had discussions with other international students on campus, and they said, they don't want to post anything on social media that could be taken as criticism towards the Trump administration. They don't want to show up to a protest. People were reaching out to the student newspaper to remove old op-eds that they had written previously, because it might be, their visa might be revoked. We saw hundreds of visas being revoked at this time. We saw other students who were also snatched off the streets, just like Romesa Ozturk. And so personally, just out of sheer frustration over the situation, I decided to myself write an op-ed in the Harvard Crimson, our student newspaper, about how dangerous self-silencing is as a response to authoritarianism, that Trump can set an example out of a few students and thereby silence thousands and thousands of more. And this was right before the entire Trump attack on Harvard's campus, but still over all of these weeks, we're basically only a handful of international students on campus who have been willing to speak to media or speaking or showing up at a protest out of the 6,000 international students on Harvard's campus. And I think it's teaching us, all of us, a very valuable lesson on how easy it is to crush dissent, how easy it is to silence people, that you don't really have to do much. You don't have to do anything towards us as individuals. You can just set an example and people are gonna be silenced anyways. And so from that, I wrote that op-ed in early April, and then I spoke at a protest directing some demands towards Harvard. Usually when you're a student movement on campus, you're angry at your university, and that was what we were for about a week. But then our president, Alan Garber, came with his response to a list of demands from Trump, and where he said that Harvard will not surrender its independence. Because the list of demands, in the media sometimes you hear that it's all about, DEI or something like that, but what Trump really demanded was to register the opinions of all students to make sure that there are conservative voices in every classroom. He was demanding that we fire professors, etc., etc. And Harvard has been seen as this unlikely resistance fighter in this war, but what Harvard is really saying is we're going to stand up for the law. And me and many others were very surprised when we saw Harvard's response. We were expecting Harvard, just like Columbia and many other institutions in the US, to fold. But I think that Harvard realized what type of negotiator, what type of poker player Trump really is. That if you start to give in on some of his demands, he's going to come back and he's going to try and he's going to demand even more. If you start to give in, there's going to be a new list of demands next week. One of the things that he demanded was a list of students who had participated in protests, especially the encampment for Palestine, and he was then threatening to, if Harvard doesn't, then he will revoke all of our visas, which is also very much taken from an authoritarian playbook, right? He's trying to divide us. He's trying to say, give me the names of some, and then you can keep the rest. You can keep 6,000 people if you give me these names, but we know that if we give him 5 names, he's going to come back for 100 more. And so that has been, I think, the greatest impact of Students for Freedom, the movement that we're trying to build, has been to unite campus. And I have never seen the Harvard campus this united as we are seeing it right now. The last protest we had both the president of Harvard Hillel, the main Jewish organization on campus, and a leading activist in the pro-Palestine movement. Seeing that on campus would have been impossible just a couple of months ago. So if I can just end on one note, which is where I also started this, we know exactly what Trump wants. We're seeing it in Los Angeles right now. We're seeing it with how he treats the media, the courts, the military, and against universities. He wants to rule as a dictator. He does not believe in the concept of an independent institution. But whether he succeeds or not, that's up to us. Whether we self-silence, whether we, within the institutions we work at, if it's the media, the courts, the universities, if we start to simply accept his demands just because he's making them, then the battle is already lost. Thank you so much.
Super. Thank you, Leo. This provides a little bit of a hope into the future, in the sense that now the rise of the radical right is very prevalent in Europe. Unfortunately, Sweden is not excluded. So let's hope that this discussion, if it reaches us, is going to be much milder. But starting now our transatlantic over from someone who knows both sides of the Atlantic very, very well, now with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, but having served before in the Turkish Grand National Assembly. Garo Paylan, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You're no stranger to political rivalry. You've also been an honest broker for the Armenian issue. So if you could kindly bring all of this experience into one and give us your thoughts on where things stand, where are things going, and all that in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me, first of all. And I want to start with the other part of the agency, first of all, if I may. Now, I'm a romantic, and I'm still a human rights defender, and I was a member of the Turkish parliament. We fought to make Turkey as a democracy, and there was really progress. Starting with 1990s, there was progress. And the visionary politicians in the West saw this progress and thought Turkey could be a model for the Muslim world. And they encouraged this progress, and there was, as you know, EU process, and we benefited from it. As an Armenian from Turkey, we were silent for decades after the Armenian genocide. We could be able to talk about the past, not only about the past, for the future as well. And there were two romantic politicians on both sides of Aegean Sea in 2015. One is Selahattin Demirtas, who was jailed for almost 9 years now in the Turkish prisons. Unfortunately, Erdogan jailed him because he was compelling. And on the other side of the Aegean Sea, there was Alexis Tsipras. And really, he gave us hope with his victory. And the victory night, I was here with him, and I took that hope to the other side of the Aegean Sea. And there was another victory there. We tripled our votes, and we defeated Erdogan. But guess what happened? Mrs. Merkel went to Turkey 3 times. Why? To ask Erdogan to keep the refugees coming from Syria. And really, France and unfortunately Germany did not help us at all. They only saw Turkey as a buffer zone, and they thought Turkey should be a buffer zone, and a Muslim majoritized country can never be a member of EU. It was a poor vision, unfortunately. That is why Turkey, unfortunately, that is one of the reasons why Turkey is now in this situation. So starting with 2007, Sarkozy, Merkel, unfortunately, we can blame them as well. So when EU started to have borders, when EU's vision, which was an international vision, when it started to have borders, unfortunately, Euro started to die. And there were vicious cycles between the Muslim world and the Christian world. They said this is the Christians' world, and unfortunately, that really fueled the right-wing politics in Europe, and vice versa happened in Turkey and the other Muslim world, unfortunately. So, what should be our response? This is the question. Progressive response. Shaming the authoritarians? It doesn't work. It never worked. We have been shaming Erdogan for 2 decades. It never works. Or defining the problem. We always do that as leftists. We always define the problem, shame the autocrats. It never works, and it will never work. Or bringing the 1970s solution to today, it doesn't work, and it will never work. We need to find a new language, first of all. And we need to really organize just like CPAC is organizing. Let's say CPAC, the conservatives are organizing all over Europe and in USA. They are really very, very organized. And unfortunately, when people are unhappy, and the middle class and the poor people are very, very unhappy, when we cannot have their ears and their hearts, unfortunately, poor people, vulnerable people, vote for a strong man. That is what always happened in Turkey and in Europe and USA now again. So we have to find a way to get their ears on the both sides of the Aegeans. For this, we should not repeat the talking points of the right wing. That is what's happening, unfortunately. Let's say there is a war agenda. There is always a nationalist agenda in Greece and in Turkey. Sometimes I hear, of course, mostly the right-wing politicians, but left politicians are always talking about buying F-35s on the both sides of the borders. who are we benefiting? Unfortunately, the weapon companies. So we need to have a peace agenda, first of all. We used to have that. Ismail Cem on this side and Papandreou started to talk about this. But unfortunately, we don't have that, and we are benefiting only the powerful weapon companies. So we need to think about and have a peace agenda, first of all, on the both sides of the Aegean. And we should not shy away to talk about we stand with the Palestinian people. Of course, not with Hamas, but we stand with the Palestinian people. That is really every day killing our humanity. With every killed child, our humanity is dying. So we need to talk about these issues and have an international peace agenda. And another thing is, we should talk about prosperity. No, we always talk about really income inequality, but we put in a way, people are not hearing us. We always think about, we need to tax the rich and give this to the people. But if we don't talk about prosperity, how are we going to really have a compelling agenda about economy? People are not hearing us, of course. So we need to find a new language together, organize together, but this cannot be, as I said, with the prospects of the 1970s solution. So there is another window of opportunity on the other side of the Aegean Sea. I want to say there is a new opening with the Kurds. So this is a good news. We need to really take care of the things happening on the other side of the Aegean Sea. There is a new opening with the Kurds. So I guess Greece and Turkey in this region can make the Aegean Sea as a peace sea. You can see me as a romantic, but I guess both sides need this. Turkish economy is still vulnerable, and there are so many vulnerable people. Instead of buying F-35s, we need to invest in our people. We need to have this agenda. And I moved to USA, unfortunately, with a defeat. Erdogan won again. I didn't want to run for the Turkish parliament again. Our dream was to make Turkey as a, let's say, in a way, not with everything, a small USA when it comes to freedom of speech, whatever. I moved to USA, but now USA is becoming a big Turkey, unfortunately. So you should not ask me to come here. Wherever I go, there is there are problems. We will struggle against that as well. But Erdogan, it took 25 years for Erdogan to establish an autocracy. But for Mr. Trump, it took only 25 days. That was the problem. No, it was so fast. Nobody was expecting this, and people are paralyzed. This is what autocrats really do. They paralyze us. We should never let them paralyze us, first of all. Second of all, we are always talking about them because they want us to talk about them, shame them. We should never do this. We should have our agendas, and we need to make them talk about us. Whenever we make them talk about us, then we will have a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Garo, for these inspiring and powerful words. I think it's important that you introduce the issue of self-restraint that we sometimes use in the rhetoric, which is the exact opposite of what...
But I have a question. I will go back to USA. Will I be able to get in USA? That will be maybe my problem.
Greece is a very hospitable country. That goes to you, Leo.
If they don't take me, I'll come here.
Is that a problem?
Let's stick with Turkey, if we may. And let me turn to Nazli Akyüz. Nazli is with the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality Council in Turkey. And in turning to you, Nazli, I'm both keen on introducing the threading, if you like, from the local projected to the national, projected to the international, in a sense. You have the imprisonment of an elected leader for reasons that have been obviously put forward by the government. But if I could turn to you with your thoughts on how things stand, in particular after Garo has introduced the aspect of the EU, certain EU member states. I know you have been in part in initiatives like transnational cooperation, the B40 Balkan Cities Network, Turkey-EU relations and all. And with that, if I could kindly turn to you with a melange of the situation in Turkey and how does this international parameter play into it? Thank you.
Pleasure, thank you. I'm Nazli, coming from Istanbul, and it's very honor for me to be here. And also many thanks to Alexis Tsipras Institute for bringing us, all of us here together. So it's very honor to be here. As I said, I'm coming from Istanbul, that another ancient city where democracy is not merely a heritage, but a living, fiercely defended ideal. We are gathered at a time when democracy is in retreat, not only throughout brute authoritarianism, but through a slower erosion of trust, truth and justice. Liberal democracies have declined to levels not seen in decades. Elected governments dismantle checks and balances from within. Polarization hollows out the public square. Inequalities chips away at legitimacy, so we can make more examples. The European project too, when we think about it, faces a reckoning from the European Parliament in Brussels to the ballot boxes in municipal elections. Progressive and regressive forces are in direct confrontation. The challenge before us is not only to defend democracy from external threats, but to renew it from within. And that renewal must be anchored in justice, inclusion, and accountability. When I come back to Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, in my country, we are facing a fight for democracy with devastating clarity, to be honest. The mayor of Istanbul, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, whom I proudly serve alongside, is currently in prison. His detention on March 19, 2025 was not the beginning but the latest chapter in a long campaigning to silence democratic leadership. According to independent polls, I can tell that Ekrem İmamoğlu is the next president of Turkey. The legal harassment against him began when he was elected the mayor of Istanbul, Turkey's largest and most strategic city, Istanbul, which is a powerhouse also for the country. So it wasn't easy and acceptable for the hegemony, for the Erdogan. In 2019, İmamoğlu defeated the ruling party in Istanbul's municipal elections. So what happened? You can guess. The result was annulled. And then the people, us, gave him another greater victory in the rerun election. And then what happened? The state apparatus turned against him, against İmamoğlu, and lawsuits were filed, budget transfers were blocked, municipal activities were sabotaged, and inspectors swarmed city halls, and also some funds were even cut off. Eventually, Ekrem İmamoğlu's university degree was cancelled. Can you imagine, like 35 years old university degree now cancelled? Ekrem İmamoğlu's image removed from public, and Ekrem İmamoğlu's voice silenced outline. So this is really, really unbelievable. But the people of Turkey continue to speak up despite all the risks. What about İmamoğlu? I can tell that he is definitely not broken. He is preparing. His health is good. His moral is high. His resolve to build a democratic future is stronger than ever. He, like us, is aware that this is not simply the repression of one man. It's a coordinated effort to undermine the will of people who voted for him as mayor and the next presidential candidate in open primaries. It's an attempt to undermine local governance and dismantle democratic will at the city level. To date, 11 elected mayors have been removed from office, and dozen municipal officers, including close members of İmamoğlu's team are under arrest or in custody in Istanbul. Even now, when I'm talking to you, some of our mayors from opposition party might be having some operation from government. What they cannot defeat at the ballot box, actually they now try to suppress through the courts. So that's unfortunately the atmosphere that we are living in Turkey. I'm sure we are all agree that this situation, this problem is not a national issue. It's a scar on global democracy and a warning to all who believe in democracy. And now, just to bring some solution or what we can do, when I think not loud, I can say, let's speak out. When an elected mayor is stripped of his duties without a sentence against him, this is not something the international democratic community can ignore. What's happening in Turkey is not different from erosion of democracy in Hungary, Poland, or elsewhere. We are all standing on shared democratic ground. Another thing, let's stand in solidarity. These attacks are not only against İmamoğlu, but against the people of Istanbul, against all of us who fight for democracy, against all of us that we are here to talk about democracy. So this situation, this problem is not only about national issue, about all of us. And all progressive movements must support stronger local governments and the institutionalization of participatory democracy. And lastly, let's keep fighting. This is not just a struggle for today, this is also a struggle for tomorrow. A more free and democratic equal society can only be built by resisting oppression. And also, I would like to make a reminder the great role visionary leadership, how can play a great leadership, not only in their own countries, but in advancing global peace. In 1934, former Greek Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos nominated Mustafa Kemal Atatürk for the Nobel Peace Prize. It was a gesture of courage and vision, one that celebrated a shared commitment to peace despite painful histories. As a reflection of that spirit, the B40 Balkan Cities Network was established in 2021 under the leadership of Ekrem İmamoğlu. And now Istanbul, Athens, and numerous Balkan cities are members of that platform, and they are committed to regional solidarity and collaboration under the motto, better cooperation, better future for all of us. Again, that spirit, it's worth underlining that a democratic Turkey anchored in Europe and a member of European Union would be an asset to entire continent, linking region, diversifying energy routes, stabilizing migration, and anchoring peace in a fragile geography. And no country would benefit in Turkey's European Union's vocation than Greece. Why? Because we are sharing a rich history together. My last words, hope is here. I see that. Hope is here. So let us merely not just admire democracy, let us fight for democracy. So I would like to last my words saying, free İmamoğlu.
Thank you very much, Nazli Hanım. Sticking with the Balkans, I'll turn to Venko Filipče from North Macedonia. For a North Macedonian perspective, if you like, on this, not necessarily focusing on North Macedonia as such, but a perspective from a European country that is not yet an EU member state, but partakes in a number of initiatives, and more importantly, a state that showed leadership, realism, and a peace spirit and now obviously going through challenges as this country is, but showing that when there is a will, there is a way, that when responsible political leadership and political resolve is in place, things can be done. So with that, let me turn to you, asking you to be very surgical in your comments.
Thank you so much. We obviously share the same challenges all around the world. And at the very beginning, let me thank Mr. Tsipras for the invitation and this opportunity to address this conference, share my thoughts with the distinguished guests at the panel. I think it's very important that we keep this conference on a yearly basis because it was built on the spirit of Prespa agreement, which is an agreement that is important for two very important things. First thing, that it shows that with a certain leadership and vision of the leaders like Mr. Tsipras and Mr. Zaev, many things can be solved. Prespa agreement solved multi-decade issue between North Macedonia and Greece and allowed North Macedonia to become a NATO member. Unfortunately, we did not become an EU member, although the wish is here, the appetite is still here. We have a right authoritarian government currently in our country, which is not willing to push the country forward. So it's like a vaccine. We got the first dose with NATO, we didn't get the second dose, and it's nice relation of authoritarians with anti-vaxxers. And the second thing, for Prespa agreements, for a certain period of time of many decades back, it is the first agreement done between two countries. And in the past, this type of problems were solved by other powerful forces and other powerful countries in another manners many years ago. So it is good example then that when two neighboring countries can sit together, can solve many issues. We have to admit that we did not foresee the authoritarian regimes and ideology coming so strong. As left parties, as progressive parties. If we did succeed, we would probably create some policies, probably be more prepared for this type of authoritarian, strong ideology to be present not just in Europe, but all around the world. And it is the crisis in democracy, according to me, which is actually the crisis of social democracy. Which started at the end of the 90s, beginning of 2000. And why is this important to say? Because it is us, the progressive and socialists, the social democrats and the left parties, that are real arch enemies of the authoritarian regimes and ideologies. Because many of our friends from the center-right parties also are willing to say that they would like to fight the authoritarians. And this is not just wrong, this is also very dangerous because the history is showing that in many examples they are merging their forces, and this is used by authoritarians to present themselves as rational or as moderate. This is why we have a very difficult fight, we have to be honest, and it's not just a regular fight with a political enemy, it's something that is threatening to ruin the fundamentals of our society. This is democracy, this is social justice, this is certainly equality. So what do we need to do? Let me share very briefly with you my perspective. We have to turn to our traditional voters, and these are the workers. We have to admit that in the past electoral cycles, many of the workers voted for far right. This is not because they are radicals or they are fascists, because they felt abandoned by us. And this is one paradox. This is the group of people and the citizens for which we did the most, at least us in North Macedonia, with the minimal salaries, wages, with the social support. They were not able to see the advantages of our policy. It is my point of view that the hybrid war and the hybrid instruments in the hands of authoritarians is something either through media, through social media, is something that is very important to consider in this manner. The second thing is that we have to interrelate the economic and social status of the workers with their standards for them to be able to understand that it is democracy, a system in which they will fulfill their idea and they can achieve their well-being. Third point, I think we have to be very strict against uncontrolled capitalism, specifically against the current and very modern, I usually call them techno-feudals, because they were able to get the votes of traditional voters, workers that were supporting us, not because they were fair to them, but because they used their fear because of globalization and because of immigration. And last, I think we should talk with the voters about everything. No matter how some issue looks irrational, we have to discuss it, because when people are fear of something and something is not clear for them, then they are going towards the authoritarian regimes because they feel more safe. Let me finish by saying that I think there is optimism. It is obvious that we are here, progressive forces are here. It is true that we are fragmented. Let's figure out a way in which we can stick together, we can work together, we can share knowledge and experience, and all this for the good of our societies. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for these words. Without further ado, I'll go directly to Professor Koulouri, because I understand that we're really back on time. Κυρία Κουλούρη, έχουμε ακούσει ήδη για...
Ms. Koulouris, we have already heard about what's happening at the universities. It would be interesting to see what's happening in Greece. You are a very hospitable nation, and that's why I am turning to you last. I'm sorry, but the issue of education behind universities and probably the promotion of critical thought as a reason for the election of autocratic leaders. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for allowing me to have the last say, even though I'm the last speaker. I will be speaking in Greece. There is no Greek future or a Greek outlook outside the international environment, the global environment. So nobody in this room can agree that can disagree that democracy is faced with a crisis and autocracy is recovering. And not only at the political level, but at the everyday level, the everyday culture. I would say that this is a banal authoritarian, in order to paraphrase banal nationalism by Michael Biltz. What we heard from the previous speakers is that democracy has been a disappointment. This is what we also see in Greece through the lack of trust to the institutions, and I did not repeat all the examples. I think that the society seems to be accepting some aspects of the political lack of transparency, the frauds, financial fraud, the difference in how the state deals with its citizens, and this is an issue of survival. So at the level of university, I should also make special reference to that. There are many similarities, I would say, with Trump's policy vis-à-vis American universities, because it is very clear that every authoritarian leader, the aim is to manipulate freedom of thought and what is happening in the universities. That is the means to avoid any opposition and potential revolutionary change. In Greece, we have the public and democratic education, which has also worked, given as a result of the social mobility. But in recent years, it is quite recent. It is what we see recently is what Peter Fleming described in his book Dark Academia: How Universities Die, which is a situation that is characteristic of neoliberal universities, which is a situation that marks a change in the academic culture, already present abroad since the 1980s, but has recently arrived in Greece. It is the management type administration, and through certifications and so on. At the same time, we see an authoritarian change in the administration in the of universities. Universities seem to be bringing in managers from outside. Fortunately, this has still been avoided in Greece, but we still see changes in Greece that try to remove the everything democratic from the academic speech. The public universities are being devalued systematically by the media, presenting universities as places where violence and lawlessness prevail. And therefore, this leads the public opinion towards conservatism. But the proposal needs to be Our proposal needs to be realistic. We should analyze the roots of this phenomenon, the causes. Why do people who feel disappointed and angry in their everyday lives turn to the extreme right? Why do young people who are faced with unemployment and personal difficulties opt for the placebo of authoritarian rule? We need to provide a hope, but a convincing hope, an alliance of the romantics, according to what the colleague said earlier, because people want a change and they believe that change can happen. It is feasible. There are findings in this direction. So we need to reply to the following question. Who can implement this change? How? And what will be the content of this proposal for change? Who? Is it possible to bring, to start from the grassroots, from the civil society? Is it possible to discuss social change without discussing power? No, I would say. It is absolutely necessary for the civil society to collaborate with the political parties and an agreement as far as the governance is concerned. So if we want to enter an era of revolutions, we need to define this in the modern era, as well as the collective actions that will reply to modern issues without using obsolete paradigms. So we need realistic utopias. And let me conclude by saying something that comes from radical optimism, as Dua Lipa, the pop singer, has put it.
Εγώ θα έλεγα λοιπόν και principled realism as well.
Principled realism as well.
to be perhaps too ambitious. Forgive the shortcomings, for which I'll take all the blame, and keep the good intent. I'm just consoled in the thought that the first step towards curing any malady is its recognition. Thank you so much for this panel. Thank you for staying.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Thank you all very much. Εμίλη, νομίζω ότι οι ομιλητές περιέγραψαν πολύ εύστοχα την κρίση που περνάει η δημοκρατία.
Είναι έως και δυστοπικά όσα ακούστηκαν, αλλά νομίζω
the crisis the democracy is going through. And I think that what we heard was very interesting. And that's why we are here. After all, today we are going to discuss about what we need to ask for or what to pursue. Because constantly what arose was what we need to do for ourselves, how we're going to make our claims in order for the people whom we have voted for to govern us, not to just run something. Let's make sure there's ideology, there are democratic principles, and not something that would remind us of other times that went hand in hand with difficulties. I fully agree with you. I was scared after everything that was said about Harvard University. We've read about it, we've seen the news. So apparently the students are somehow persecuted, and this is impacting on the future. If students don't feel free enough to talk about that they ought to be talking about, moreover, students and all of us are faced with a huge issue. AI is a big issue for them, for us all, but mostly for them. Artificial intelligence, the digital transformation, if we put it in more noble terms, maybe it's scary for us in different age brackets, but the young people are really delving into the digital transformation. And this is what the next session is about. It's about democracy and digital transformation. This is a discussion that's currently underway because progress, technologically speaking, is rapid. And in most cases, there is turbulence, and it's very difficult to cushion the turbulence, be it economic, social, or other. So we have to find ways through which to take advantage of the new digital circumstances while protecting democracy and rights and make sure there's no abuse. On that note, let us give the floor, rather invite on stage Mrs. Dora Kotsaka, who will be acting as moderator, and we have with us online Emilita Boulareas. She's online, she's in the States, she's a co-curator, U.S. Digital Services Origins, adjunct professor, Georgetown's McCourt School for Public Policy. Elizabeth Linos is also online with us. She's an associate professor of public policy and management, Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Costas Gavroglou is here. He is a member of academia, and he also served as Minister of Education, Research and Religious Affairs 2016-2019. Moreover, with the presence of Christos Porios, founder Schema Labs and Open Council Greece, and also Konstantinos Kakavoulis, lawyer, co-founder Homo Digitalized Greece. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our panel is about democracy and digital transformation. Concerns about technology have resurfaced, mostly through our guests in the States. They've talked about it time and again today. We have distinguished guests in this panel discussion, and we ask them to focus on the two notions that are part and parcel of the title of this panel. So democracy, the dynamics, and the digital transformation. This is one of the most important political premises about the present and the future of contemporary societies. AI and automated decision-making by now are important fundamental parameters. Nonetheless, it's very important to strike a balance between corporate profit and the digital rights of users. Today and in the future, these efforts should focus on the new reality that we see also in production, because we ought to be looking for relevant public policies that will support the public good and public benefits. For my part, let me note that any concern whatsoever must take into account the fact that a digital transformation is not happening in a vacuum. It's not happening in a void, regardless of what people tend to try to make us think. Institutions are playing a very important role. Regulation is very important. And then again, there is the climate and environmental impact thereof. For instance, connecting AI and its growth, the data centers that are happening in Greece, and then they are quite energy consuming. And that is important and has been raised by Goldman Sachs and the IMF. This is no accident. Moreover, technological innovation can't find solutions for itself or in itself. It's important to remember that technological developments, so everything, is subject to the opportunity cost rule. So when you want to develop a new technology, maybe you opt for doing this instead of that. So who's making the decision? What about research? Research and the orientation thereof, the directions and technology where it goes. So the digital transformation is not an end in itself. It's something that we would like to see happen just as long as it benefits the people's rights and the society as such. So we also must refer to relevant alternatives, because each and every society and community makes its own models and paradigms. We have open technologies, we have open models and paradigms, digital commons, peer production, we have various platforms. So today, we can't talk about the connection between democracy and digital transformation without referring to who owns the technology, the status of ownership, be it digital technology or material internet infrastructure. The internet is not exactly immaterial. So the relevant circumstances today, in connection with the fact that there is no regulatory framework, lead to the commercialization of a service, that is the internet. And now this seems to be a sine qua non for our lives as much as utilities are. So this is a new circumstance that's certainly undermining the democratic and equitable management of digital transformation or digital transformation. And then again, there is the profit that's been made. And at the same point in time, there's a new cluster of claims, assertions, and rights that are looking for their own place in the political agenda. Having said that, let me now give the floor to the members of this panel. I'd like to welcome all five of them. The main question now is, what policies and what institutions are really necessary to ensure there's digital justice, and what about the alternative models, and what recommendations do we have? Having said that, Mrs. Tavouleres will be the first to take the floor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'll switch to English. We will have 2 questions asked to each and every one of our speakers. Good afternoon, Mrs. Tavouleres.
Ευχαριστώ για την ευκαιρία να σας μιλήσω.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you. I wish I could speak in Greek better than I actually do, but my English is much better.
You have argued that technology is the backbone of government, noting that focusing on technology centers the technology, the systems, and the institutions, whereas focusing on policy goal or public service centers the outcome and the people. Would you like to expand on that point?
Yes, thank you. I think this is it's a huge issue that governments around the world have been grappling with, and I think are more quickly starting to prioritize. The bottom line is that whether we like it or not, digital infrastructure is the infrastructure of everything. And now it can either accelerate or obstruct our policy goals. So historically, implementation has long been dismissed as an afterthought by policy experts, both inside and outside of government. The priority was largely, what should we do, not how should we do it? And because of that, technology is essentially about implementation. It's implementing the policy. And it's treated as subordinate to policy work, when the truth is that policy is now inextricably entangled with technology. So whether the policies that we create succeed or not depend entirely on how they're implemented and the systems that they rely on. So policymakers and the people who manage the delivery of public services must understand what technical systems underpin the policy and ensure that at a minimum, it doesn't impede their outcomes. This thing that's been happening where we separate policy from technology, at least in the United States, has been a root cause of a lot of dysfunction over the last few decades. And I think people are starting to realize what I and many of my colleagues have been saying now for years, that technology is not an extra thing that we add on to government programs and services. It is the service. It's not an extra thing that you add into an institution. It is the spinal cord of the institution. And one way to think about it is, cars these days are no longer really mechanical. They're essentially computers wrapped in metal. People working in technology understand this implicitly, and policymakers need to be really clear-eyed about that.
That's great. Let's pass to another issue about artificial intelligence in governance. I would appreciate your comments on two aspects, whether it can be integrated and whether it should be integrated.
Yeah, to my mind, that is the question, right? Like, it's not a question of can it. Yes, it can. The question is, should it be, and where, and how? And that's the really big question right now. I think the job of governments is to decide where and how AI should be integrated. And we're seeing different approaches around the world. That said, I do believe that everyone, not just in government, but also in companies and organizations, needs to start with the baseline assumption that it will not work as we expect, because it will not. That's not because I think it is necessarily a bad technology, but because it is a new technology. And it is a technology that is fundamentally different than anything we have ever seen before. So a little bit more on how it's different. AI is not doing a task necessarily that you requested. It is making its best guess at what you want based on information that it has. So I think the easiest way to think about AI is that it's a really expensive version of autocomplete. So like when you're typing on your phone and the phone guesses, are you trying to say this word? That's what it is, but bigger and faster. The other two things to remember about it is that because it's new and emerging, it's not reliable, it's not consistent, it is wrong a lot. Increasing studies are showing error rates of 30 to 70% in different areas. In some spaces, it's more correct. In other spaces, it's less correct. So our job right now is figuring out, where is this technology actually useful and reliable? Where can we trust it? And where do we need more work? But perhaps most critically, I think we really need to remember that even the people who create this technology cannot explain how or why it works or produces what it produces. And, when we think about the last 2 decades of technology, we've seen the same cycles on repeat. We've seen the same things happen bigger and faster. And that's exactly what's positioned to happen right now. Technology didn't invent new problems. It took existing problems and blew them up exponentially. So racism, hate, abuse, lies, fraud, none of that is new. But the technologies we've been using for 2 decades now have proven that what digital does is enable technology to exponentially increase the speed and reach of all of those things. And I'm not answering your question directly on should it be integrated. I mean, everyone wants an easy answer, and there are no easy answers. It's not simple. It's all complicated, and it's full of trade-offs. And to my mind, I think that for governments and decision makers in particular, we need to be very clear about the fact that, one, there is no perfect solution. Two, it will be complicated. And three, there will be trade-offs, and we need to know what they are so we can make decisions with clear eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Knowledge is power. It's a general truth.
We need to, well, the last thing I'll just say is we need to understand the problems before we offer solutions. And building a digital thing on top of existing infrastructure runs the risk of just amplifying whatever is under it. It's just a reflection of what it's built on.
Yeah.
So it's an opportunity to really examine what's really going on here.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Stavlarias, for being here today. Thank you. Μπορούμε να προχωρήσουμε τώρα στην επόμενη ομιλήτριά μας, την κυρία Λινού. Hello, Ms. Linu. Very nice to have you here today.
It's great to be here.
Let's go to our first question. Let's move to the experience of citizens themselves in their contact with digital applications in the public sector. I wonder if technology is always the appropriate answer. How do we approach this through the lens of your research in behavioral science? And finally, what does it mean to design government services from a behavioral perspective?
Yeah, that's a great series of questions. Let me say thank you first to the organizers of this incredible event for the invitation. And I also want to say it might feel a little silly to be talking about digital transformation, given what we heard in the last panel and given what's happening in the US right now with a threat on democracy, a threat to my university, Harvard, a global threat to citizen services. But I do think, leaning on what Emily said a second ago, I do think that this is also an opportunity because at some point we're going to be asked to rebuild. We're going to be asked to rebuild government, rebuild the entire public sector since it will have been dismantled in the US. And so I think of this question of where does technology fit as a broader question around how do we make sure that the experience that people have when they interact with their government is a good experience. So behavioral scientists really just take insights from psychology and economics to say, how do people actually behave? Not how we wish they did behave or how we think they should behave, but how do they actually behave? And then let's build our government programs and services around that reality. So in the public service space, one thing that we've been thinking about over the past decade is how do we reduce the barriers that people face when they have to interact with their government? There are three types of barriers we think about. One is informational. So do I know that a program exists? Do I understand where I need to go to get access to that program? All the things that have to do with basic information. You can imagine technology being really useful in helping people get access to information faster or in a format that's more efficient for them. There's a second set of barriers that we call compliance hurdles or compliance barriers. These are things like having to find all the documentation you need or the paperwork or getting a signature for some government form or having to show up for an interview in the middle of your workday in a different government building. All those compliance hurdles make it harder for people to access programs and benefits for which they're eligible, and even harder for people who are low income or have other burdens on their time. And so again, technology could be part of the solution to reducing some of those compliance hurdles. Mm-hmm. And then there's a third category, which is psychological burdens, which often don't get the same attention, but I would put to you are central to how we think about the interaction between residents and their state. And you can think about that in terms of stigma. You can think about it in terms of frustration. You can think about it in terms of anxiety. It's not easy for everyone to interact with a government worker. And given where we're going with the world in terms of authoritarianism, you can also think about it in terms of mistrust. And so I think one of the key questions that we'll have to answer as a community is what does it mean to build tools that are easier for people to use, that streamline this experience, but still maintain or elevate the importance of trust in those interactions.
Yeah, trust is an issue for sure. So let's go back to the issue of artificial intelligence. Which are the new challenges posed by artificial intelligence in the public sector? Where do we expect it will play really a significant role? And from your perspective, do you believe it can serve as a decision-making tool for policymakers and professionals regarding best practices?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I'm a professor, which means my students have made it quite clear that AI is here to stay in all their work. So I don't think there's a conversation that we can have that doesn't include artificial intelligence. The question, like with all technologies, is how do we make this useful to delivering for residents, to delivering for the kind of society that we want? And I think there's two ways that AI has been used, or we're starting to see potential pilots or innovations. One is in thinking about interactions with residents. So you'll see a lot of cities or state and local governments in the US that are trying to figure out what's kind of the bot version of a positive interaction between residents and their states. Can I help residents who don't understand the legal requirements or complicated governance frameworks? Can AI help them have a better experience? A lot of the work that I'm doing is actually on the back end. So thinking about how we can use AI to support the civil service and the people who work in government who, even before these crises were overworked, they were underpaid, they never get a chance to stop and, read the best practice or read the academic evidence. And so what we're thinking about is a way to say, okay, there's so much best practice and evidence and scientific innovation happening around us. How do we make sure that we synthesize that in a way that is useful to a public sector worker? So, we mentioned behavioral science before. We have decades of behavioral science evidence that could help a public sector worker deliver more effectively. So we're thinking about policy bots as a way to synthesize that evidence in a way that could be used in kind of the day-to-day decision-making of government workers, of politicians. Now, to Emily's point, this is a new technology. We still need to figure out what works, how to make sure it's used effectively. But my sense is, like with other types of technologies 10 years ago, the technology is moving. The question is who is going to have both the skills and the background and the experience to make sure that that technology and that power is captured in support of a real social safety net, in support of reducing income inequality instead of increasing it, in support of building kind of the type of prosperity that we all are looking towards. And AI in itself is neither positive or negative. It's amoral. It's just a tool. I think it's up to us to think about how to make sure that this is useful and usable by progressive leaders that are trying to build this new form of government that we're going to have to rebuild after this period.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Schlein. Thank you for your points. Θα περάσουμε τώρα στον κύριο Χρήστο.
Let us now give the floor to Mr. Christos Porios. And welcome, sir. Here's my question, and it's pertinent to your work. One of the apps you developed is pertinent to local government. And you have said that a technologically supported democracy and participation must start at the level of local government and administration. And this, in principle, is quite pertinent to Greece. Why is that? Would you like to elaborate on that? Yes, you're right, says Mr. Poroios. In reality, I believe that any effort, any digitization effort must start from the bottom. It must be bottom up, especially when we talk about democracy. There's two reasons why. To begin with, it's easier, it's simpler to usher in a real change at the level of a region or a municipality. It's easier to do that at that level than do it centrally. Moreover, local government, local administration is really underrated in Greece. It's hugely underrated for a number of reasons, maybe most importantly because of the resources and funds or lack thereof, and also the competences, because at the level of municipalities and the small communities, they are robbed of their responsibilities. We often tend to forget about communities. We tend to talk about regions and municipalities, and to a certain extent, the citizens are underestimating local government. When we talk about democracy in the state, the demos, that is the municipality or the community, will not always cross our minds because in the Greek vocabulary, kratos, the state, is not always synonymous with or encompassing local government, which is quite unlike the Anglo-Saxon world, because there we're talking about government, not kratos, the state. So it's very important to opt for this bottom-up approach. And this is what we did at Schema. The Open Council app of ours, in a nutshell, does the following. We post everything based on the agenda, given the session that's upcoming. We attach the relevant documentation, we process it, we document it, we record it in order for the citizens to understand easily what the local council is talking about. Maybe it's something that touches on their own street or the plot of land or their neighborhood. There's another thing, you see. It's a matter of trust as well. Technology is not a magic wand. As we heard during the previous panel discussion, democracy is going through a crisis, and there's also the institutional crisis happening as we speak, and this is even harder at the level of the central administration, the state, and things are easier to understand at the level and simpler at the level of local administration. Yes, there is lack of trust vis-a-vis democracy, and citizens don't really trust the state to use or take advantage of technological solutions. Quite often, they think they shouldn't trust the state with technology. So if we want to do something that will improve the efficiency and effectiveness of a democratic institution, then it would be meaningful to start opting for this bottom-up approach, starting at the level of local government administration. Right, says the moderator, there's this discussion that is also intertwined with developments in the states. So efficiency and effectiveness and justice, can they coexist, or are they fighting one another when you opt for using apps in public administration? So are these opposing forces? Is there a dilemma? Sometimes, yes. So it's important to start the whole discussion from the point of efficacy and efficiency. We have large language models, we have AI. In a nutshell, this is the first time when we are given the opportunity, or rather a machine can understand natural language, human language, in order for the machine in turn to generate new language or normal language. So the obvious use of such technologies, meaning LLMs, is not pertinent to having more software or develop software and technologies. You see, it's all about the state. The state is very important. The state is a big chunk of the economy. So obviously, the state and the people who work for the state are working using documents that are written in the human language. So I think we all have the same impression. We tend to think that a huge part of the state or the administration, the government, is hugely bureaucratic. And so most of us think that AI could help improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the bureaucratic state. This is true at the level of the foundations, if you will. But then again, there is a trade-off and there is a dilemma there. The primary objective, the primary goal of a state is not efficiency. The primary goal ought to be for a state, a government, to be just, to be fair. So how can we put those two on the balance? Because on occasion you have to put those two on the balance. This is a political decision. In the States, in the United States of America, the decision has been made. There is the Department of Government Efficiency. So efficiency is there in the title of this department. And as it turns out, maybe this was not perfectly managed. In my opinion, even if you have 10 times as much efficiency, still that would not justify losing a shred of fairness. So priority must be given always and at all times to justice and fairness. So when you want to usher into AI through the state, or if you do it outside like we did, you always have to be willing to understand and to make sure you're empathetic, because bureaucracy is not necessarily a bad. It's not actually something bad. Sometimes bureaucracy is just another feature. As we tend to say, we are IT experts, this feature serves a purpose. Quite often, the purpose is stability and justice. So there is a point in us taking stock of and criticizing how things are. It's important to say that we could improve this and that, and maybe replace this and that process and procedure to make sure that the efficiency is improved at the level of this procedure or the state overall, but we always have to start from the premise of respect, which did not happen in the States recently. Thank you very much as a moderator.
Θα ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω, πάμε στα ψηφιακά δικαιώματα, να μιλήσουμε λίγο για τα ψηφιακά δικαιώματα όπως συγκροτούνται. Ως επέκταση των θεμελιωδών ανθρώπινων δικαιωμάτων, υπάρχουν αλήθεια τα νομικά κείμενα? Ποια είναι τα νομικά κείμενα που έχουμε στη διάθεσή μας και μπορούμε να στηριχτούμε? Και για να συμπληρώσω την ερώτηση, ότι μιλήσαμε προηγούμενα για τα συμπεριφορικά δεδομένα. Πώς μπορούν να αξιοποιηθούν στη δημόσια διοίκηση. Τα συμπεριφορικά δεδομένα των χρηστών. Ποια είναι η διάκριση μεταξύ αυτών που πρέπει να συλλέγονται με στόχο την επεξεργασία αποτελεσματικότερων δημόσιων πολιτικών και αυτών που πρέπει να προστατεύονται στη βάση του σεβασμού της ιδιωτικότητας?
Είναι ένα πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον ερώτημα και σε μεγάλο βαθμό θέλω να πιαστώ λίγο και από αυτό που ανέφερε προηγουμένως η Έμιλη Ταβουλαρέας, η οποία μας είπε ότι η τεχνολογία δεν δημιούργησε νέα προβλήματα. Στην ουσία, σε πολλές περιπτώσεις ήρθε για να οξύνει κάποια προβλήματα που ήδη υπήρχαν. Αντίστοιχα, σε πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό, η είσοδος στην ψηφιακή εποχή δεν δημιούργησε πολλά νέα δικαιώματα. Στην ουσία, τα ήδη κατοχυρωμένα θεμελιώδη ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα, όπως για παράδειγμα η προστασία της ελευθερίας της έκφρασης, η προστασία της ιδιωτικότητας, η προστασία του συνέρχεστε, όλα αυτά τα δικαιώματα πήραν μια νέα μορφή, έτσι ώστε να μπορέσουν να προασπίσουν τις ανθρώπινες ελευθερίες και στον ψηφιακό κόσμο. Πέρα από τον πραγματικό κόσμο στον οποίο ζούμε, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να αντιλαμβανόμαστε ότι πλέον όλοι, πέρα από έναν πραγματικό εαυτό, έχουμε και έναν ψηφιακό εαυτό. Αυτός ο ψηφιακός εαυτός έχει και κάποια δικαιώματα. Φυσικά, με την είσοδο στην ψηφιακή εποχή δημιουργήθηκαν και κάποια νέα δικαιώματα, τα οποία φυσικά δεν υπήρχαν στον πραγματικό κόσμο, στον αναλογικό κόσμο, όπως για παράδειγμα το δικαίωμα στην ανθρώπινη παρέμβαση. Τι σημαίνει αυτό? Ότι πρακτικά έχουμε το δικαίωμα μία απόφαση να μην λαμβάνεται αποκλειστικά από μηχανήματα, αλλά έχουμε το δικαίωμα να ζητήσουμε να παρέμβει και ένας άνθρωπος στη λήψη μιας απόφασης που μας αφορά. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό να τονίσουμε ότι τα ψηφιακά δικαιώματα προασπίζονται τόσο στο διεθνές δίκαιο, τόσο στο δίκαιο της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, όσο φυσικά και στα εθνικά δίκαια. Και νομίζω ότι η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση μέχρι σήμερα έχει δείξει ότι είναι πρωτοπόρος στην θεσμοθέτηση δικαίου, στην κατεύθυνση της προστασίας των ψηφιακών δικαιωμάτων και γενικά στη ρύθμιση του ψηφιακού περιβάλλοντος. Είναι αυτή τη στιγμή ο μεγάλος πρωτοπόρος διεθνώς στην δημιουργία νομοθεσίας σχετικά με τον ψηφιακό κόσμο. Τα περισσότερα κράτη του κόσμου τα οποία επιθυμούν να δημιουργήσουν μια αντίστοιχη νομοθεσία, είτε αντιγράφουν αυτούσια, είτε προσπαθούν να ενσωματώσουν στις εθνικές ένομες τάξεις τους την νομοθεσία που ήδη έχει δημιουργήσει η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Το μεγάλο θέμα, νομίζω, δεν είναι το αν υπάρχει νομοθεσία η οποία να προασπίζει τα ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα. Σε πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό, νομίζω ότι είμαστε στην ευτυχή θέση να έχουμε ένα πολύ καλό νομικό πλαίσιο το οποίο μας προστατεύει. Ειδικά στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, ξαναλέω. Αυτό το οποίο όμως αν θέλετε, εμένα μου θυμίζει σήμερα το νομικό πλαίσιο, είναι η βροχή στη Σαουδική Αραβία. Ξέρετε, στη Σαουδική Αραβία οι περισσότεροι πολίτες και οι περισσότεροι επισκέπτες θεωρούν ότι δεν βρέχει ποτέ ή σχεδόν ποτέ. Αυτό είναι ψέμα. Στην πραγματικότητα, στη Σαουδική Αραβία βρέχει. Οι σταγόνες της βροχής φεύγουν από τα σύννεφα, απλά λόγω των πολύ ψηλών θερμοκρασιών που υπάρχουν στην περιοχή. Οι σταγόνες αυτές πριν φτάσουν στο έδαφος και τις αντιληφθούν οι άνθρωποι, εξατμίζονται και ξαναγίνονται υδρατμοί και ξανασχηματίζουν νέφη. Νομίζω ότι το ίδιο θέμα έχουμε και με το νομικό πλαίσιο για τον ψηφιακό κόσμο. Έχουμε ένα πολύ καλό νομικό πλαίσιο. Το θέμα όμως είναι ότι οι σταγόνες της βροχής δεν φτάνουν τελικά τους αποδέκτες, δηλαδή τους πολίτες. Θα σας φέρω για παράδειγμα τον Γενικό Κανονισμό Προστασίας Δεδομένων, τον θεωρώ γνωστό σε όλους μας GDPR, ο οποίος περιλαμβάνει 9 δικαιώματα, τα οποία έχουμε όλοι μας σε αυτή την αίθουσα αυτή τη στιγμή, εφόσον βρισκόμαστε στον ελληνικό χώρο. Θεωρώ ότι ελάχιστοι από εμάς γνωρίζουμε ποια είναι αυτά τα δικαιώματα και πριν αναφέρω το νούμερο, θεωρώ ότι δεν γνωρίζαμε καν τον αριθμό. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό λοιπόν να επενδύσουμε στην γνώση των δικαιωμάτων αυτών, γιατί όταν τα δικαιώματα δεν ασκούνται, τότε τελικά καθίστανται και ένα περιεχομένο.
Όπως και να επενδύσουμε και σε κάποια ρυθμιστική αρχή που θα το εφαρμόζει σε εθνικό πλαίσιο, φαντάζομαι, διαφορετικά δεν μπορεί να γίνει. Να περάσουμε σε ένα επόμενο ερώτημα που πιστεύω ότι είναι ένα καλό παράδειγμα προκειμένου να μιλήσουμε για το ποια είναι τελικά τα πραγματικά διλήμματα που προκύπτουν. Και μας δίνει αυτή τη δυνατότητα, εννοώ για τους policy makers κυρίως, η συζήτηση σχετικά με την πρόσφατη έκθεση Draghi, η οποία σημειώνει ότι η προσπάθεια αρρύθμισης του ψηφιακού τομέα από την πλευρά της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης συνιστά εμπόδιο για την οικονομική ανάπτυξη. Όλες αυτές οι ρυθμίσεις τις οποίες αναφερθήκατε προηγουμένως, προστασίας. Η έκθεση αποδέχεται ότι αυτοί οι κανονισμοί αποσκοπούν στην προστασία των καταναλωτών. Ωστόσο, εστιάζει στον οικονομικό ανταγωνισμό με τις ΗΠΑ, ο οποίος θεωρεί ότι υστερεί λόγω αυτών. Έχετε υποστηρίξει ότι από την ημερομηνία δημοσίευσης της έκθεσης Draghi αυτό το επιχείρημα έχει χρησιμοποιηθεί σε μεγάλο βαθμό και εντός της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης αλλά και εκτός, προκειμένου να ασκηθεί πίεση στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και τα κράτη να χαλαρώσουν το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο. Μπορείτε από την εμπειρία μας να μας περιγράψετε πώς το βλέπετε αυτό, σε ποια υπάρχουν περιστατικά που να το συμπυκνώνουν?
Τους τελευταίους μήνες νομίζω ότι έχω υπάρξει σε τόσες πολλές συζητήσεις με επιχειρηματίες που έχουν θέσει αυτό το επιχείρημα ως βασικό άξονα προσέγγισης του ψηφιακού δικαίου, που δεν μπορώ καν να θυμηθώ τον αριθμό τους. Ναι, είναι μια πραγματικότητα, όπως ανέφερε και ο Χρήστος προηγουμένως, ότι έχουμε πάντα το δίλημμα της αποτελεσματικότητας και της δικαιοσύνης. Και σε αυτά πρέπει να γίνεται πάντα μία στάθμιση. Φυσικά αυτό είναι ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό πολιτικό ζήτημα. Και είναι μία απάντηση που πρέπει να δώσουμε στην ερώτηση σε τι είδους κοινωνίες θέλουμε να ζούμε. Νομίζω ότι αυτό το επιχείρημα που θέτει η έκθεση Draghi και το οποίο σε πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό έχει υιοθετηθεί διεθνώς, δυστυχώς, είναι ένα επιχείρημα το οποίο πιθανότατα είχε χρησιμοποιηθεί με πολύ μεγάλη επιτυχία στα τέλη της δεκαετίας του 1930, όταν στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες ψηφίστηκε για πρώτη φορά ένα θεσμικό πλαίσιο πενθήμερης 8 ώρες εργασίας. Νομίζω ότι και τότε οι αντιδράσεις δεν ήμουν εκεί φυσικά, αλλά είναι πολύ πιθανό οι αντιδράσεις να ήταν ίδιες. Ότι αυτό το θεσμικό πλαίσιο έρχεται για να φέρει εμπόδια στην αποδοτικότητα, έρχεται να φέρει εμπόδια στην οικονομία, θα δημιουργήσει πάρα πολύ αρνητικές συνέπειες στην παραγωγή της χώρας. Φυσικά, αυτό το επιχείρημα πρέπει πάντα να λαμβάνει υπόψη του και ποια είναι τα μεσοπρόθεσμα και μακροπρόθεσμα ωφέλη για τους πολίτες.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για τις απαντήσεις που μας δώσατε. Να περάσουμε στο τελευταίο.
In order to allow speaker, Mr. Costas Gavroglu, let's take a step back. Let's look at the overall picture. And maybe it's time to ask the main question for today's discussion. How does digital technology connect to democracy and the democratic institutions? Should one or could one claim that the digital tools, many of which we've mentioned before, are by default important to our society? And the people who are public figures or researchers and decide on policies, should they focus on the regulatory framework, finding the right one that will be consistent and rational? Thank you, Dora, for your question. Let me kick off with a hypothetical experiment. Let's take back a step in time, 10 years ago. Suppose we had this meeting 10 years ago when Syriza was in power. Back then, we had 12,000 kiosks or points of sale for newspapers. Today, there are 3,000. Instagram back then was just another option. TikTok was not something we knew about. We didn't know about WhatsApp. We didn't know about Viber. Books were on the agenda. Open access to books was actually limited, but as we speak, we have 45 million books and 95 million articles that people have open access to. Fake news, that term had not been coined, or rather it was not on the agenda. Fake news was something that only academia would use back then. And on top of that, the whole technique, or rather what happened with Cambridge Analytics, and they helped Trump during the first election. All of that psychological powerhouse was missing. That was 10 years ago. I'm not here to praise or support the new technologies. And this is not the reason why I'm asking you to think in terms of 10 years ago. I'm just trying to make a point. The digital transformation of the digital world is a status. It's a regime. It's not a tool. As we speak, we are faced with a political, economic, and social environment. We're living within its confines, and it's shaped by the scope that the digital transformation offers. So it's a state. It's not something, of course, that we shouldn't want to regulate. Apparently, we must regulate it, and I think your articles and what Christos is doing at the level of Schema Labs and what Konstantinos does at Homo Digitalis, what the Pouladjas Foundation and the ENA Foundation, what they do, what we all do, is helping paint the picture and add features about proper regulation. But what about the foundational question, the main question, the fundamental question, you see, ladies and gentlemen, is whether this whole framework is something that will be helpful to the society, the community, and the people. And I'm afraid that if we turn these digital circumstances into a tool, if we say that it's a good thing, but then again there are certain bad things, and since there are cons, we have to not regulate that, and it would take us nowhere. It would take us nowhere, you see, because as we speak, the fundamental opponent of democracy is the algorithmization of our daily routine. Data, all data, is being turned into things, different things, which objectively have undermined the public sphere and democracy. And that has happened in a strange manner. A manner that is seen for the first time in the history of capitalism. You see, private companies, meaning companies that are profit-making or aim to make a profit, are providing free services to all citizens. This is a first in the history of capitalism. And we can't help but see that these services that are provided free of charge, well, let me open up a parenthesis, there were such services, free vacations or free healthcare services, but these were provided by states. But now you have private companies that are providing services free of charge and they are making billions in profits. This is a first in the history of mankind. So here there is a process through which the citizens on a daily basis give billions of data, and the data is given up and the citizens consent to giving it, and so these are turned into important focal points for wealth and authority and power. And this again begs the question of democracy. It brings us back to democracy. We have this digital environment, the new forms of authority, and how we can possibly respond to these new structures. Maybe a new political entity that will put this on the table will make things interesting, and it could be an interesting solution. Let me now ask a second question to Mr. Gavroglou. What about the historical aspect of things? History has always helped me when I try to understand technological developments. History helps to look beyond what's happening in the here and now. The 19th century is filled with useful parallelisms in terms of new value, accumulation of capital, the cost of work that was compressed and limited, and then the changes in labor, or maybe the surfacing of a new order. What sort of analogies can we make now with the past, when we had also unforeseen and unprecedented changes happen? And what about the teachings we can draw? You know what? We're always under the impression that we are the ones that faced with complex problems, whereas the previous generations never had such complex problems. The way you put it, actually, indeed, 150 years ago, we didn't have a digital transformation, but we have the steam and we had electricity, and that created new circumstances that affected work and labor, ways to accumulate wealth or create wealth, new ways for communication, living in the cities and the towns, and also that led to the surfacing of a new social stratum. I think it's happening today. It's the same thing today. Labor has been redefined, the work is redefined, the ways through which people can become richer are redefined. Our life in the cities is being redefined, and there are new balances, and there is the new class that is a class of specialized people who nonetheless live under very bad working circumstances. By way of conclusion, let me touch on something that is different. There are also new phenomena materializing as we speak. I mentioned on before. I mentioned that there are companies that are providing services free of charge and they're accumulating wealth. And there is another thing, and this is the last thing I'd say. You see, the printed word is being transformed. Over the past 5 years, the printed word hadn't seen such a transformation, the transformation that's happening over the past few years. So since there's this change, the change is eliminating books. We could or should look into the possibility of this being the end of a book-centered world. And that's new. The difference in terms of materiality, the fact that we no longer have tangible books, but we have everything on screen, that new reality, new development is providing us with new scope, different scope to converse, to discuss, to read. Now we do read in a different manner. We make a case in a different manner. We present our arguments in the public debate in a different way. Overall, our general behavior is changing. compared to what our culture was all about before. And of course, there's something that's utterly new. This is very novel. It is unexpected. It's very willing. And we don't pay a dime for it. And I'm talking about ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an assistant or an entity which came in uninvited, and especially for those of you who are working in the field of education, but not alone, this is an assistant that knows more than the teacher does. This is an assistant that's around 24/7. It's available. It's very polite. And when you turn in, ChatGPT, and that's unbelievable, says, ask me anything. Ask me anything. These are novel phenomena. And I don't think that we have yet come to the point where we've integrated that in our culture. So yes, there are the analogies and the parallels between today and 150 years ago. But then again, there are novel things. Innovation, one, collection of data. Our T colleagues here referred to that before. There's this free use of services, and that's new. And also something new that is not directly associated or pertinent to the first industrial revolution is the fact that the written word is being radically transformed. Thank you very much, says the moderator.
Νομίζω ότι συνοψίζοντας μπορούμε...
If we want to sum up, we can say that this is a contradicting and difficult process, but still we need to listen to the political forces. They need to state their views. There is a regulation, and we also need effective results. Of course, those who discuss politics should create new collective actions, such as the former rights of organization, the right of assembly, and many others. Now we need new alliances with citizens and movements that try to avoid the monopolies and provide dignity and rights to workers. These are not new things, but they sound as new. Thank you very much to all of you.
Επιστρέψαμε και πάλι.
Here we are again. Everything we listen to is very interesting, both in relation to the digital transformation. Earlier, the democratic crisis was discussed. Everything is on the agenda. Both we and the audience are very lucky because we have been listening to views that we could have hardly ever heard all together. But I don't even, I'm very confused by AI. I don't know how it can be used. The idea is how can we create a safe environment so that the economy and what we now discuss is not put at risk. So we will now discuss with Bernie Saunders. It is time to listen to him. He's 84 years old, but he looks very young. He's ready to fight oligarchy in favor of human rights and those in need, in favor of the many, like a teenager. Ever since Donald Trump was elected, he has been traveling around the US, urging everybody to oppose Trump's policies against immigrants, against the poor, against the students and universities.
So it is wonderful to be with you, and let me thank Alexis and everybody else for putting on this very important conference.
Senator, if you can repeat, because we didn't have the chance to hear you.
Okay.
The applause.
All right. How are we doing now?
Great. We hear you.
Better.
All right.
We
Well,
can
let me
hear you.
just thank Alexis and everybody else for putting on this important conference, which is long overdue. Right-wing extremists all over the world have been organizing effectively, and I think that it's time we built an international progressive socialist movement, and this is a step forward. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Senator, if you could tell us what do you think led to the elections, to the win of President Trump?
Thank you. That is a very important question, and I think many people around the world haven't a clue in terms of the answer. In the United States right now, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of my country. You got one man, Mr. Musk, owning more wealth than the bottom 52% of households. One person, more wealth than the bottom 52% of households. The top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. You got CEOs of large corporations making 350 times what their average workers make. And while the rich have never, ever had it so good, what people around the world don't understand, they think America is a very wealthy country. Well, in one way it is. But today in America, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Millions of workers are earning starvation wages. We are the only major country not to guarantee health care to all. 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. 60,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor on time. Our child care system is a total disaster. Young people go deeply in debt in order to go to college. And all over our country, people cannot afford housing, which is going up and up and up. So what you have is a situation where working people are struggling, and as is the case with many social democratic parties around the world, the Democratic Party here in the United States has largely ignored that reality. And you have Trump coming along and saying, the whole system is broken. And people say, yeah, he's right. The system is broken. Now, as everybody knows, his solutions will only make a bad situation worse. On the other hand, what the Democrats say is, well, it's not so bad. We're going to do a little bit of here and a little bit there. And nobody thinks they understand what's going on. So Trump wins the election because the American people, vast majorities, are hurting. They want change. And the Democrats, in my view, did not offer an alternative to Trumpism.
Senator, what is the role of the oligarchs and the billionaires in the executive branch of government in this new era? This is a new era. It's the calamity of Trump, as you're saying, as you're describing. What is the role of the oligarchs?
Well, and by the way, everything that I'm saying is not just an American issue. You're seeing the same thing throughout Europe. People are giving up on democracy because democracy doesn't do anything for them. Rich get richer, they get poorer. Why should I vote? Who cares? One of the phenomenons of the modern world economy is that we are seeing fewer and fewer unbelievably wealthy people who have extraordinary political and economic power. So in America, we have more concentration of ownership than we have ever had in our history. In economic sector after sector, a few large corporations owned by billionaires control what is produced and what workers are paid. Now, many of you may have noticed that Donald Trump's first foreign policy visit when he left the United States was not to go to Europe to develop and improve relationship with our longtime allies, didn't go to Canada, didn't go to Mexico. He went to Saudi Arabia. Now, why does he go to Saudi Arabia? Because that is where a lot of the money is. If you look at Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, you're looking at God knows how much, but certainly well over $1 trillion in wealth, run by authoritarians. So what you are seeing right now is a small number of billionaires with enormous economic and political power. Many Europeans don't understand how corrupt the American political system is, our campaign finance system is. Elon Musk himself, just him, put $270 million into Donald Trump's campaign. Under our law, billionaires can spend as much money as they want. And other Republican billionaires helped elect Trump and Republican senators and members of the House. Democratic billionaires do not spend quite as much, but Democrats are largely reliant on billionaires as well. So in America, you have an oligarchy that not only has enormous economic power, but political power as well. And I would be very clear in saying this to you. You know, it's nothing new to say that very rich people don't want to pay their fair share of taxes. Trillions of dollars right now are being stored in tax havens around the world. It's not a new thing that large corporations don't like workers' rights, want to break unions, want to not pay people fair wages. Nothing new about that. But what is new in modern history right now is people like Musk and others do not believe in democracy. Do not believe in democracy. They believe that as incredibly wealthy people and very smart people and hardworking people, they have the divine right to rule. The divine right to rule. And government is an impediment to what they want to do. And we should be very mindful that with artificial intelligence and robotics, they're going to have more and more power if we allow them to control the future of AI and robotics. Workers are going to be in worse shape. So AI and robotics makes a very difficult situation even more troubling.
We see the picture clearly now. We see what's going on in Las Vegas, in Los Angeles, the last hours now. Senator, you have stood against the war and for peace in Ukraine and Palestine. What do you believe Trump or Vance mean when they say they're against the globalist wars?
Well, not very much. Trump, in my view, has a soft spot, has affection for Putin. because in many ways Putin is running the kind of country that Trump more or less would like to run. It's an authoritarian society. You have elections, but the elections are not, they're rigged. And in terms of Gaza, as I think most people know, I strongly opposed what Biden did, and I'm very much opposed to what Trump is doing right now. I don't have to explain to anybody the horrors that are taking place in Gaza right now, where thousands of children are facing starvation and 52,000 Palestinians have already been killed. What makes what Trump is literally thinking about, as many of you know, and I would take it seriously, is the forcible expulsion of the 2.2 million people in Gaza who are already living under the worst conditions imaginable, forcing them out in order to develop some kind of paradise for billionaires of French Riviera in Gaza. I mean, it's unthinkable, and some people think it really can't be possible, but I think it may be.
Okay, everything for money, yeah. What should the global left do? What ideas should be organized around? We had the example in the 90s where a strong movement in many countries against neoliberal globalization and later against the Iraq war. And after the great financial crisis, we saw Occupy Wall Street connect with similar movements in Athens and in Madrid to protect working people from paying for the crisis. What should we do as the leftians?
Well, I think we have to change the intellectual paradigm. Right now, here in the United States, as some of you may know, Trump has proposed what he calls a big, beautiful bill. And that bill would give massive tax breaks to the rich, cut back on health care, nutrition programs for children, education, and other programs that working people desperately need. I think the paradigm that we should work around is to say that we're not living in 1825, we're not living in 1925, we're living in 2025. And with all of the technology that is out there, there is no reason why anybody in the developed world should not be living with a decent standard of living, and why we should not be moving aggressively to lower poverty rates in the developing world. We should be talking about a golden age using technology to create a decent life for all people. One of the things that we should be talking about is who controls, who benefits from the exploding technology out there through artificial intelligence and robotics. If left alone, the Musks and the other big tech companies are prepared to throw millions of workers all over this country out on the streets and replace them with this new technology. Our demand, for a start, should be to say technology is good when it works for workers, not just the CEOs and large corporations. What does that mean? It means that we should be talking about substantially lowering the work week. Here in the United States, the United Automobile Workers and some other unions are now talking about a 32-hour work week without any loss of pay. I think that's a movement in the right direction. In the United States, as I mentioned, we're the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people. We don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough mental health counselors, dentists, etc. There is no rational reason why that is taking place. And I know in Europe, many healthcare systems are struggling in similar ways. So our job should be to raise the banner and say, you know what? We want to expand life expectancy. Is it unrealistic to say that the next 20 years, people should be living for 100 years because they have good nutrition, good housing, good health care? Is it unrealistic to say that everybody on this planet should be entitled to education regardless of his or her income, from childcare to graduate school. Is it unrealistic to say that we should build the millions and millions of units of low-income and affordable housing we desperately need, that combined as a world we deal with the existential threat of climate change and take on the greed of the fossil fuel industry and create many millions of jobs all over the world? So my answer is, understand that Trump and right-wing extremists around the world are very bold. They are very aggressive. We have got to be bold. We have got to be aggressive. And that means, to my mind, that people should not be worth more than $1 billion. People do not need 20, 30, $50 billion. That workers increasingly should be able to own and control the places in which they work, etc. So the point is that technology offers us the opportunity to do what never could have been done 100 years ago, 50 years ago. But we cannot allow the incredible greed of the oligarchs to destroy the planet and destroy the lives of working class people.
Senator, every country has its own labor movement, but we are also all facing similar challenges in the rise of oligarchy, corporate greed, and the growing threat of AI, as you mentioned, and automation that may transform the relationship between labor and capital and eliminate many jobs. How should we respond?
Well, I think I just answered that. And the answer is, this is a huge issue, which is not getting the discussion that it needs. And when you look at AI, there are so many ramifications. There are some indications right now that what we're looking maybe at a science fiction nightmare where AI is not listening to the human beings who direct them. They are disobeying orders, and we don't know what that might mean. But what we do know, above and beyond that, is, you're quite right, there is a lot of evidence out there, and it's beginning to happen, that AI and robotics will replace jobs all over the country. And the very simple demand is, who is going to benefit from that profound economic transformation? And what the oligarchs want is, they will control it. There are literally posters here in the United States, I don't know about the Europe, which say, don't hire humans. That's the poster. Don't hire humans. In other words, we have AI that can do the job. And this is only going to grow. Who's going to make the decisions as to who benefits from that issue? This is a profound issue. We have got to organize our people to say, AI, robotics are going to work for workers, shorter work weeks. If there's more productivity, workers benefit from that, not just the CEOs.
You said about the Eastern Riviera in Gaza. What about that war over there, about the starvation of the people? Do you believe that in terms of anti-Islamism or anti-Semitism, the extreme rights will be using them as weapons?
Yeah. Let me be very clear. As somebody who is Jewish and who lost family to Hitler in the Holocaust, anti-Semitism is a disgusting ideology which, as everybody knows, has cost millions and millions of lives. And I trust that there's nobody who is at all sympathetic to anti-Semitism. But it is also clear to me that what Netanyahu has done with supporters here in the United States is to say that anybody who is critical of the government of Israel and their war against the Palestinian people is anti-Semitic. And that is absurd. You could be against the government of Israel without being anti-Semitic. You could be against the government of Ireland without being anti-Irish or anti-Italian or whatever. What Netanyahu is doing now with his right-wing extremist partners is a racist, horrific war against the Palestinian people. It is, and I will say this, it's not only, as terrible as it is, that thousands of children, as we speak, are facing starvation, that the whole infrastructure of Gaza has been destroyed. Their schools, their water systems, their wastewater plants, their healthcare facilities. 52,000 people dead, 110,000 people wounded, children walking around without arms. That's a horror unto itself. But if you combine that with what's going on in Ukraine right now, what is being undermined is any semblance of international law. Netanyahu is a war criminal. The people in Hamas who committed that terrible invasion of Israel are war criminals. And what happened after World War II, as everybody knows, what the Nuremberg trials was about, what the Geneva Conventions were about, is to say that, yeah, war is terrible, but you don't starve children, you don't bomb hospitals. That's not, you can't do that in a war. And if Netanyahu is able to get away with that, then I can see dictators and horrible people all over the world saying, hey, the world doesn't care. We can starve children in order to win a war. So you're really almost looking into a descent into barbarism, is what I see.
Thank you, Senator. I will have voted for you. Yeah.
All good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Μάλιστα, είναι από τις τύχες που έχουμε μερικές φορές.
We are very fortunate to be discussing with such people. His views are always so clear. He talks about what's self-evident, but then again, he is so much to the point and he describes it in the right terms. I'm always impressed by the fact that he never minces his words. Now from Germany, Ines Schwertner, the co-leader of the No, pray forgive me, Emilius. I am told that I'm going to give the floor to Franck Roffen. You're a journalist, so the cue is yours. Here he is. We can see him. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Roffen. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you, though. Δεν ξέρω αν μπορούμε να φτιάξουμε ένα μικρό...
We can't hear you, or you muted maybe?
Closed?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
now we can hear you. Thank you. So...
What do you think explains the rise of Le Pen in France? Okay, it's the obvious question, okay. Why are there working people, though, who voted for her?
Okay. First, I want to thank Alexis Tsipras and Syriza for the organization of this event. I would like to start with Bernie Sanders' reaction after Donald Trump's victory. It tweeted, when the Democratic Party abandons working class people abandon the Democratic Party. That one sentence sums up the failure of the left in recent years, not only in the US, but also in France. I recognize the workers of my own country in the Trump vote. I'm convinced that the shift of the people to the right and far right is rooted in a material cause, 40 years of globalization. This globalization has drawn a razor-thin line between winners and losers. The French industry has been destroyed. The working population in factories plunged from 30% to around 10% today. French elites considered that it was a good news. Industries belong to the past, services were the futures. Factories weren't paradise, but they provided secure jobs with trade unions, with correct wages, enough to buy your own home, to come during holidays, to get through life. This stability fell apart. The unemployment rate for unskilled workers suddenly was multiplied by 4, while it stagnated for middle-class professions. This economic divide has become a political one. The working class and the educated class have drifted apart. The two traditional pillars of the left split apart. One side got hit hard. They refused globalization. But the media, the parties, were in the hand of educated people. They weren't hurt, neither them nor their families, by globalization. They accepted it. That's what I call the passivity of the educated. Even worse, the elites, the French elites, but also the left elites, took part in this globalization. Pascal Lamy, who was a member of the Socialist Party, directed the World Trade Organization. Jacques Delors, another member of the Socialist Party, built this Europe, and he enlarged it to the east, where a lot of factories delocalized. When workers refused it, they were denounced as archaic, as nationalists by the elite, and even by the left. For instance, 20 years ago, during the referendum about the Constitution of Europe, 55% of French people rejected it. It was over 80% among working class people. It was a strong class vote. At that time, the daily newspaper Libération, that supports the left, called it an epidemic of populism. The gap between the left and the working class had a material basis, but it deepened with a cultural division. There was a lot of contempt towards ordinary people, towards their leisure interests. Soccer, playing the accordion, pétanque, camping, barbecue, cars, their tastes were mocked. Even the national symbols, the Marseillaise, the French flag, were snubbed by leftist educated people. Something changed also in the line. Until the 70s, in the left, all speeches opposed rich people or working class people, big money at the top and small guys at the bottom. But they decided that this view was out, that the world had become more complex, that Marxism belonged to the past, and so on. At the same time, the Front National, the far-right party, took a frank stand against this Europe, against globalization, asked for trade protections. They embraced French symbols, of course, but also showed no disregard for the normal way of life. And above all, they pointed at a cause, a devil agent, the strangers, the immigrated people. Born as a classic racist and fascist party, they widened with the economic crisis and with the left demission. I have seen it in my own region in northern France. It was an industrial area, but factories were sent to Romania, India, China. For 1 century, people elected socialists and communists. I'm now the last left-wing MP outside major cities. So, what can do the left now? What do we try to do? Once again, I appreciated the reaction of Bernie Sanders after Trump's election. Don't give up, he said, and keep on talking to everyone about healthcare, about lodgings, about wages. I think, first, we must make the choice to love our people, to embrace them, whatever. I don't mean it's always easy, but that's a priority if we intend to build a majority. Then we must divide the world clearly in 2 sides, between rich people and the working class people. We must point out this time of amazing inequality. We must fight faces, situations, sentences, figures to show it every day. Because we got a big difficulty, working class people don't see rich people anymore. Their bosses, the shareholders, don't live in the same area anymore. They don't see their castles, their luxury anymore. Let me tell you a story. A few years ago, Whirlpool suddenly decided to shut its plant in my city and to lay off all the workers. But when I heard them, they were talking about immigrants, about refugees. Hey, I asked them, did immigrants decide to send your factory to Poland? No. So the following week, I came with a flyer I had put on the face of Jeff Fatigue. Do you know who is Jeff Fatigue? No? The point is, the workers didn't know either. He was the CEO of Whirlpool, the one who decided to shut the plant. On my tract, I had also put a picture of his house with a tennis court, with a swimming pool, with a beach near the sea, with 17 rooms and 17 bathrooms, a modern castle. If the workers could have seen this big villa next to their factory, their anger would have been immediately directed against this man and not against immigrants and refugees. It's our job to build this link between rich and poor, between cause and effects. What we must say, I think, with us, with the left, wealth will be shared. We must be the party of equality, the party of sharing. We must also be the party of protection, to share and to protect, such are the two verbs that I cherish. Working people, their families have been deeply struck, shaken by these 40 years of globalization. We must ensure protection of their job, of their revenues, of the nation. Protection is a condition for the changes we want and for the changes people want. Because, and I will conclude on this optimistic view, people have a deep desire for something else. They are tired of a globalization that they never wanted. The spontaneous movement of the Gilets jaunes showed it strongly. It was a profound, strong revolt, a revolt for fiscal justice, a revolt for democratic change, but above all, I would say, a metaphysical revolt against fate, against the hopeless world order.
Mr. Roffen, what is the role of oligarchs and billionaires in supporting the extreme right?
I think we must link it with the crisis of the neoliberal camp, the crisis of traditional center parties. They are now ideologically, politically out of breath. So, in this context, we could divide French oligarchs in three categories. The ones still on the neoliberal side, who keep some distance with the Rassemblement National. The ones that frankly support Marine Le Pen's party because they are conservative, racist, or traditional Catholics. And between these two poles, most of the billionaires increasingly think that the Rassemblement National would be the best means to keep on going in the same way, to defend their interests. They bet on a different horse to be sure that nothing changes.
So, should we do something to combine the forces between the other side of the Atlantic? There are many movements. They used to have this movement, the Occupy Wall Street, which was connected with Athens in the Great Crisis in the start of the 10s. Should we combine with them, or should we make some new goals? Where should be the focus of the progressive policies are?
Yes, I think the links between left movements around Europe and through Atlantics are necessary. When I hear Bernie Sanders, that gives me some strength. When I see Spain, that gives me some hope. And I have next to me my friend, member of French Parliament, Amir Shai, who took an initiative of this sort. If you allow me, he could present his proposal rapidly, the dam.
Mm-hmm. Well, hello everybody, and thank you for your initiative, which is very, very useful for every Democrat in the world. So my name is Amir Shai. I'm an MP from Paris, and with several other colleagues, deputies, senators, European MPs, we want to build on an international scale a dam against the far right. And the rise of neo-fascism you're talking about. Our base of observation is that solidarity networks between the progressists worldwide are weaker than ever, as François said. We are planning on going to countries who have fallen into illiberalism and to learn about their current situation in Hungary, in Argentina, in several countries. I'm going to the US, specifically DC and New York next week, and I'd like to have to meet every progressive MPs there. The goal is to link the actors of an international progressist alternative and to share knowledge and facts to create a front of resistance, and to do so. Even when taking into account our national interests and differences, which we all want to defend. The goal is to overall study together what could constitute a worldwide fight back. You are each and every one of you a spokesperson in your country for this alternative, and to the dam a reference point when building this worldwide network. Thank you for listening.
We would like to thank you both for your presence.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Τώρα από την Ιταλία θα περάσουμε στην...
We will move on to Italy, to Miss Elly Schlein, who is the secretary of the Partito Democratico. Miss Schlein. Are we already connected with Miss Schlein?
Welcome. What do you think explains the rise of Meloni in Italy? Is there a role of oligarchs and billionaires in supporting the extreme right? In the 90s, as we said before, there was a strong movement against neoliberal globalization and then the Iraq war. We remember the European Social Forum in Genoa and Florence. Later, we saw Occupy Wall Street connect with Athens and Madrid to protect working people from paying for the crisis. Do you believe we need a progressive movement across the Atlantic? And last but not least, if you can tell us a bit about how the very successful demonstration for Gaza was built in Rome 3 days ago.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you to Alexis Tsipras for this invitation. It's for me very important to be here. And let me start by saying that I cannot agree more with what Senator Sanders just said before. We must offer an alternative and try to change the paradigm. Democracy is obviously under attack in all of our countries. We see it. And the fight for democracy and fairness is no longer national. It has to be transnational. It has to be global. Because the extreme right are getting together, and there is an unprecedented power that they own, economic power and also technological power now with data. And it's not something, to answer your question, that we don't know in my country, Italy. You know, we had Berlusconi, who was owning half of the media. But today, oligarchs have new means and technological means, so it's a new challenge. If you think about it, Trump's second mandate is even more aggressive than the first one. We see mass deportation, trade wars, authoritarian control, as we are seeing now in the streets of Los Angeles and San Francisco. So the extreme right has now leadership, and they have a narrative, and they have means. That's why I think it's so important for us to be here today together, because we must not leave internationalism to the extreme right nationalists. Their rhetoric of hatred and discrimination always points out at the same enemies in all of our countries. Who is different? Migrants, emancipated women, LGBTQI plus communities, but also human rights and climate activists. But in the end, the message of hatred would put them enemies on the opposite sides of the borders that they want to build in all the walls that they want to build in every border. You know that they are building actually walls. They're doing it in the United States, in Hungary, in many European countries. So my point is they strengthen each other with the same rhetoric of hatred and discrimination. But we can name them in every country. Orban, Kaczynski, Farage, Le Pen, Meloni, Salvini, Trump, Biden. But the point is, where are we? Where is the place where we stand together? That's why it's so important to be here today in this event. I can remember, Alexis will remember, one of the last pictures in which we were together, the left progressive were together, was in Athens, when he was in government with Pablo Iglesias on one side and Ska Keller from the European Greens on the other side. We must do much more, because they are strengthening each other and we have to do the same. Think about a rally that we can do in all our countries on 3 things on which we are fighting together. For example, decent wages, housing for all, fighting tax havens and fairer taxation, access to health and education for all, or clean energy. And Bernie Sanders was mentioning, for example, the fight on reducing the working hours without reducing wages. As somebody called it the 4 days week. We have done a proposal with the other opposition in Italy on this important issue, because time is a very important issue for people and families today. Time is stolen by people today. So it's another thing on which we can fight together and show that we have a common agenda across every border. And I think also that it's important to think about the enemies that the extreme right are pointing out. We have to stand with them, because also Meloni here in Italy, you say, why did she win? Well, it's a number of reasons. In the country we have very high inequalities, as Bernie was telling about the US. Also in Italy we have very high inequalities. There was a lot of frustration and precarious jobs. And we went through a pandemic in which she was out of the government. There was a technical government with everybody in, basically, apart from Meloni on the extreme right and a party on the left. So the point is that she did not take responsibility in difficult times. So when the election came, some people said, let's try with her, let's try where it goes. But the point is that they are already disappointed, because after 2 years and a half of Meloni's government, she is cutting down the public health system. She is cutting down 6,000 teachers in public schools. And she is blocking our proposal for minimum wages in Italy, where you know that we have the lowest wages, among the lowest wages in all the European Union. So you see that we can beat them, but we will not beat them by running after them on their agenda. This is a mistake that many social democracies parties, social democratic parties, have done through the years. Every time we run after them, they grow stronger. So we must offer an alternative. And we cannot beat them by running after them, but by forcing them on the most uncomfortable ground for them, which is social justice, for example, education, healthcare, decent jobs and decent wages for all. On these issues, we can beat them, and in Italy we are beating them, for example, in many regional and also local elections in these past 2 weeks. You were asking about a very big rally that we had on Saturday. We launched them together with other opposition parties, progressive parties, for what is happening in Gaza. And I fully agree with what, again, Bernie was saying before. We must stop Netanyahu's extreme right government crimes in Gaza. And this is another issue on which I think we should all mobilize across Europe, because we must reach a ceasefire, free all the hostages, but at the same time unblock all the humanitarian aid that is needed in Gaza. And finally, as many governments are doing, fully recognize a state for Palestinians, because they have a right to have a state. And we still believe in the solution of 2 states and 2 people, but in order to achieve that with this extreme right government, we must stop them and recognize the Palestinian state. So we had 300,000 people here in Rome protesting together, also against the silence of our government, because our government did not even vote in the European Union to review the cooperation agreement between the EU and Israel. And this is putting Italy on the wrong side. And in Italy, many people do not accept it. So, just to conclude, I think that we have many arguments to fight the extreme right. I think that the extreme right is emptying democracy by using democratic means. And we have to ask ourselves, how do we protect democracy and politics from the impact of oligarchs and multinational companies, for example? So the question is, how can we compete with this concentration of power? And for example, with Musk. Musk can decide today the volume of our voices on X, on one of the platforms. So I will support completely Pedro Sanchez's proposals to regulate platforms, for example, also with mandatory identity, because we cannot accept that we can see all this hatred in this platform and we cannot even recognize who's behind this hatred. So I think that we should do a lot together revert their narrative. Meloni's most famous speech, if you remember that, was, "I'm a woman, I'm a mother, I'm a Christian." Good for her. But it doesn't tell us how it can help people in Italy to earn decent wages and to pay their bills. We have in Italy the highest cost of energy bills across the whole European Union. So this is the kind of issue on which we can rebuild trust with citizens because they feel lost in these difficult times. So thank you for this occasion. You will always count on our support in order to strengthen our network of progressive across any borders. I think we have hope. We've seen it in the square of Rome the other day with 300,000 people. It was massive, but we see also Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders having huge rallies across the United States. I am sure that also in other countries in Europe and elsewhere, this is happening. We have to connect with each other and strengthen each other, and we must not leave international to the nationalists because we have much more in common in terms of values and in terms of proposals. So, comrades, let's keep fighting together.
Thank you, Ms. Schlein.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schlein.
Ήταν ποταμός.
Ποταμός και νομίζω τα είπε πολύ ξεκάθαρα.
She was torrential. She was much like a river. We got the picture in Italy, and we have to share some news. Our wages and salaries are lower compared to Italy. In any case, there's inequality. Mr. Sanders referred to inequality, so did Ms. Schlein. So let's go to Mrs. Ines Schwertner, who's the co-leader of Die Linke in Germany.
Nice to have you with us. Hello. You know, when we are talking about extreme right in Germany, all the fantasies going wrong. You know, what do you think explains the rise again of the extreme right in Germany? Do you believe there is a threat for democracy in Germany now?
Yeah, first of all, greetings from rainy Berlin. I hope you have it better, and thank you for your invitation. It's an honor to speak at your conference. So I think I can just say, yes, I think the far right, also in Germany, is in line at what we see all over Europe, that far right parties are in government in several countries, or are the strongest opposition force, like in Austria, Portugal, but also here in Germany. And what we see here is a process that, especially in Eastern Germany, the far right is gaining much power. So they're like the most powerful force now in several countries in the East. And as I would say, this is my thesis, that they gain power in Eastern Germany, but this is only a role model for the whole Federal Republic of Germany. And I think when you look at it from a European point of view, because Germany is still the hegemon in Europe, I think when in Germany and France the far right will win, of course this will have a major effect on the whole European Union, and I'm not sure whether the so-called firewall that we have here with the conservatives that is holding them up to work together with the far right is actually holding, because it's been breaking on the communal level and on different levels. It's been breaking already, so what we're facing now is possibly a far-right conservative coalition in 2029.
Tell us, who supports the extreme right? Is there a role of oligarchs and billionaires, or you would say more mainstream conservative forces?
Yeah, I think it's both. I mean, in Germany we don't call it oligarchies or oligarchs like rich people. We only call them lobbyists, which is like the code word for just what Bernie would call oligarchs. We have that in Germany, but they are very intransparent, and the big capital is not quite sure about what to do with the far right, because they want some kind of stability. which is why they still favor big capital, still favors the Conservative Party. So what we have right now in government is a conservative social democratic government with only lobbyists in their ranks. So pretty open what their class or what their class politics is. But the far right is still sort of out of it. There's only like small capital that supports the far right, but there is a kind of normalization going on. So there is like a political and discursive normalization going on with more and more conservatives saying we should work together with the far right in order then to, demystify them. So this is what is happening right now. And as I said, on the communal level, the conservatives are already working together with the far right. And I think the neoliberal politics that the current government is doing, paired with like a high militarization, so both militarization of society, 5% NATO is,
money for weapons, yeah.
Exactly. So we're talking this 5% of military budget spending, and at the same time cutting social services. So especially poor people, but also people from the middle classes are fearing to lose their jobs, are fearing to become poor. And I think this fear is even stronger and puts people, actually pulls them towards the far right, because this process of deindustrialization, rising prices, social insecurity is what actually pushes people to the far right. So this kind of politics that we're seeing right now in Germany is actually paving the way towards the far right, which is why we as the left, we just survived, the last election, so people thought we would be dead. So thankfully we're not, but still our biggest task is to, we proposed something which we call anti-fascist economic policies, which is like fighting inflation, which is fighting this process of deindustrialization with, transforming the German economy and the whole German model that is based on cheap energy prices, cheap labor, and a big export industry, especially the car industry. It needs to be transformed in order to stop the far right from rising.
So you're talking about combination, You're talking about the progressive powers must be combined. This is what we want here in Greece too, our progressive powers to be combined. Should we ask it for the other side of the Atlantic too? You are the main power of Europe. You are the very main power. Germany is the crown of Europe, okay, in economy. Should we combined with the progressive powers like Bernie Sanders and his followers, Cortez, should we combine with their words, with what they're saying to make people believe to them? Because we, the lefts, we have the problem that people are afraid of what we're saying, that we don't give the answers. Should we make better questions?
Yeah, maybe. And I think what Bernie and AOC are doing right now with their tour is really inspiring to us. Like we're thinking about now also doing a Tax the Rich tour here in Germany, because I was surprised how well it works, that because the far right is doing all this culture war all the time, attacks on the poor, attacks on migrants, and when you try to change that kind of culture, I think what you need is a counter culture and also like counter discourse. And I think they did well in saying the oligarchs are the problem in the politics. And then we want to do that too. And we want to focus on the super rich. They should be ashamed of being super rich, and not the poor people should be ashamed. So yeah, we're trying to do some copying, or we are inspired by that because we feel like, yeah, this is a transnational problem, that there is a few getting richer by the day, and the big majority of the people who are suffering from all these crises that we know and from all the wars that we know. So yeah, this is inspiring to us, but also, I mean, we feel responsible as the German left to also again unite the European left. I mean, it's a tragedy that there's been this big split up, and I know, I mean, we had a big split up in the German left just recently, and I think to learn from that and to see that we need to work together on common campaigns, just like my other comrades said before, you know, on affordable housing, against war crimes that we're seeing right now in Gaza. I think we need to work together on that, against the huge process of militarization on the European level, but at the same time against attacks on social services and the welfare state. I think we could do that, and we need to find a common platform for doing that. And it's really urgent to do that right now. And I see, I see us as the German left that we have a kind of responsibility in doing that. I know we've been too weak and too focused on ourselves lately, but we want to change that, and so we're looking forward to working together with you all on that.
Thank you, Ms. Wertner.
Thank you.
To be with us. Thank you.
Ms. Wertner. Η ευθύνη, μεγάλη κουβέντα και η ευθύνη.
Responsibility. It's very important to remember there's a responsibility. We have two videotaped messages. Enrico Letta from Italy. He was Prime Minister of Italy 2013-2014, President of the Jacques Delors Institute and Dean at the IE University of Madrid. And Yolanda Diaz from Spain was Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Labour and Social Economy. So two messages.
Queridísimo Alexis, queridos François, Elly, Inés, Enrico, Bernie, hola a todos y a todas. Me habría encantado acompañaros hoy en persona en Atenas, ciudad que dio nombre al tema principal de esta conferencia, la democracia. Ciudad que sigue siendo un símbolo vivo de su fragilidad y de su promesa emancipadora. Aún en la distancia, es un honor formar parte de este encuentro y quiero comenzar felicitando con emoción.
If you'd like to listen to interpretation, there is none, because Spanish is not one of our working languages. Thank you, and we are sorry about that.
Que ante el horror y la barbarie no caben las ambigüedades. Solo el compromiso con la empatía, la justicia global, el derecho internacional y los derechos humanos. Esta conferencia nos convoca a algo tan urgente como necesario: reconstruir un movimiento transatlántico por la igualdad y precisamente por la democracia. Un movimiento que beba de las luchas contra lo peor de la globalización neoliberal, contra la guerra de Irak y contra las políticas de austeridad que desgarraron el contrato social en tantos países. Ahí en Atenas lo sabéis muy bien. Hablo, sí, de un movimiento que retome el hilo de las conquistas del pasado, culminadas o infructuosas, y lo proyecte hacia el presente y el porvenir, hacia el futuro. Frente a un nuevo ciclo reaccionario que se alimenta de la desigualdad y del miedo, tenemos el deber de ofrecer una alternativa concreta, plural y esperanzadora. Desde España hemos planteado una propuesta clara: una internacional laborista que articule redes de solidaridad entre trabajadoras y trabajadores, entre sindicatos, movimientos feministas, ecologistas y populares, que conciba los derechos laborales como la mejor manera de defender la vida digna de cada rincón del mundo. Esta tarea exige más que consignas, requiere inteligencia colectiva, escucha, alianzas y afectos políticos. Como escribió Theodor Kallifatides, cuando las palabras pierden su significado, también lo pierde la libertad. Recuperar el sentido de nuestras palabras es también recuperar el aliento del internacionalismo, la promesa de una libertad compartida y la posibilidad de un horizonte de cambio verdaderamente universal. Gracias, querido Alexis, queridos compañeros y compañeras, por poner todo vuestro empeño para hacer posible tan ardua tarea.
Well, she even mentioned Theodoros Kallifatides. Other than that, I didn't understand much because my Spanish is very limited, says the journalist. Maybe later on we can subtitle the video. Now listen to Mr. Letta.
To address you with these words. I'm very sorry because I'm not physically present. Say hello to my friend Alexis and Congratulations for this fantastic initiative. I would like to add to your reflection, to your consideration, the fact that today the European Union is challenged from abroad. It's challenged from the US administration, on tariffs, on defense, on important topics that are today creating a big asymmetric situation. But we are challenged also on the other side. We are challenged on defense with the Russian aggression to Ukraine. We are challenged in competition, competitiveness from Asia with big problems we are having with our competitiveness. The only recipe to relaunch Europe is to be more integrated. I say that for the very simple reason that Europe is not integrated enough. And the lack of competitiveness is because of the lack of integration. We pay a price for the non-integration. There are many subjects. I try to focus them in my report on the future of the single market, where the European Union in reality is not integrated and the single market is just theoretically integrated. If you take energy, if you take telecom, if you take the financial markets, we are 27, we are not one. We are one in the currency, and we are lucky because the currency is a success. In reality, when we created the EMU, Economic Monetary Union, immediately after the single market created, the EMU was the great project to get the euro. And the euro was and is a success. So the M of the EMU is successful. What is less successful is the E, because the economic union is not so integrated. It's integrated on the free movement of goods, is integrated in the free movement of people, but it is not integrated enough in the free movement of services, capital, and we miss the fifth freedom. Freedom of movement of knowledge, innovation, research, skills. That is the other flagship that I try to put before the European agenda in my report. But in reality, we have to escape also the trap of the mobility. The trap of the mobility is the fact that today there's part of our population with the idea that Europe gives you only opportunity if we want to move. But in reality, large part of our people are not willing to move. They have a great link with the regions where they were born, where we were born. My link, my grassroots, my link with my city, the city of Pisa, with my region, Tuscany, is really crucial, important as it is for all of us. But what is evident is the fact that it is too evident for all European citizens that if you are someone very mobile, you can take advantage of Europe. You have a lot of advantages from the European Union. But if you are less mobile, if you don't want to move, if you want to stay in the country, in the region, in the city where you were born, in reality, there's a mismatch with the European offer. In reality, Europe offers a lot. Europe, first of all, offers a peace framework. This peace framework today, we understand very well with what is happening in Ukraine, that is something that absolutely extraordinary. Is the way to think that our borders are cooperation borders, are not blood borders as they were in the past. And what you were able to do also around your borders, Greece, was, I think, one of the most important accomplishments in the last years, in the last decade. But the key point is to understand that the single market has to become not only the freedom to move, but has to become also the freedom to stay. This is one chapter of my report I would like to underline and to share with you why I put this freedom to stay at the center. Because I strongly believe that if the European Union is not able to speak with the people with the need and the goodwill to stay, What does it mean? It means a different approach to services of public interest, services of general interest. It means a different approach to infrastructures, a different approach to housing, to the cost of living. How many countries are today living a saturation in some areas and a desertification in other areas? It is not the right way to live in Europe. Europe means each region, each corner of our fantastic European Union needs to be with care, or needs to be with the possibility to grow up and to establish greater advancement, a great accomplishment. This is why this freedom to stay, in my view, is so crucial and so important. This is why I wanted to give you this suggestion to reflect around this topic and to try to launch for the next years at European level the project of the freedom to stay. In the European Parliament, they decided to create a committee for the freedom to stay. I think it is very important that this topic can become more and more crucial, and I am sure that your contribution will be absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
Ακούσαμε ενδιαφέρουσες απόψεις για το πώς χτίζεται ένα κοινό.
These were all very interesting views about how to build a movement, a global movement for fairness and democracy. We are all now looking impatiently for the forthcoming presentation, speech. Shall we break? No. I think a break is foreseen on the program. This is what the control is telling us. Can't hear anything. Anyway, let's have a short break.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, παραμείνετε στις θέσεις σας. Θα περάσουμε αμέσως στην τελετή βράβευσης. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats. Thank you. Κυρίες και κύριοι, παραμείνετε στη θέση σας. Θα περάσουμε αμέσως στην απονομή. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats. Παρακαλούμε να καθίσετε. Please be seated.
Να ρωτήσουμε αν υπάρχει
Παρακαλούμε να καθίσετε. Please be seated. Κυρίες και κύριοι, παρακαλούμε να καθίσετε για να μπορέσουμε να συνεχίσουμε με το πρόγραμμά μας. Please be seated.
It's time for the award ceremony. In the year 2024, the first Prespa Peace Award was given to Matthew Nimitz, the Special Envoy of the United Nations, who had dedicated possibly the biggest part of his diplomatic career to solving the issue. He was proud to have been the only UN envoy over the past few decades who had resolved an international difference, and that's why this year we are handing over the award to 4 exceptional personalities that put together a documentary which in itself is an act of resistance and also an act of peace. Why is that? Because 2 Israelis and 2 Palestinians have joined their voices, an artistic creation to make history by recording truth, by recording and documenting what is happening in one of the most tumultuous areas the world over. Wherever there's a documentary was shown, it moved people, it enraged them, but it also showed what's the meaning of courage and solidarity, and it highlighted the importance of art against the most difficult backdrop. Hamlet says, art is not for the many or the few, it's for each and every one individually. Let's watch a piece from No Other Land, the documentary, and a few images from other words.
هاي قصة عن القوة.
أنا اسمي باسل.
مسافر يطا هي المكان اللي كبرت فيه. بداية تصويري هي بداية نهايتنا.
جرافات؟
في صوت بيطلع مش ناس قاعدين يعني مش بني ادمين.
شو؟ دخلوا؟
This is what's happening in my village now. Soldiers are everywhere.
ولا شو تفكر؟ لو انت مكان شو تفكر؟
The Berlinale Documentary Award for No Other Land.
And the Oscar goes to No Other Land.
I'm here celebrating the award, but also very hard for me to celebrate when there are tens of thousands of my people being slaughtered and massacred by Israel in Gaza. I ask one thing for Germany, as I am in Berlin here, to respect the UN calls and stop sending weapons to Israel.
We made this film, Palestinians and Israelis, because together our voices are stronger. We see each other, the atrocious destruction of Gaza and its people, which must end, the Israeli hostages brutally taken in the crime of October 7th, which must be freed. When I look at Basel, I see my brother, but we are unequal. We live in a regime where I am free under civilian law, and Basel is under military laws that destroy his life and he cannot control. There is a different path, a political solution without ethnic supremacy, with national rights for both of our people. Can't you see that we are intertwined? That my people can be truly safe if Basel's people are truly free and safe. There is another way. It's not too late for life, for the living. There is no other way. Thank you. Rachel Shore, Hamdan Balal, Sigal Yehuda, Close-Up Initiative, Ani Fabini, thank you.
Καλούμε στο βήμα τον Zoran Zaev και τον Alexis Tsipras.
We call upon Zoran Zaev and Alexis Tsipras, the 2 leaders who, through the peace agreement, have shown to the world that taking risk is something good for Europe and for its peoples. And of course, let us all also call Yuval Abraham and Basil Adra. The prize is awarded to the 4 creators of No Other Land. Basil Ladra, Yuval Abram, Raquel Zor, and Hamdan Balal.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Guys, the stage is yours. We want to hear you.
Okay.
Free Palestine. They said free Palestine.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us here. Thank you for the award. Thanks to Alexis and for the institution for giving us this award to me and the team of No Other Land. I am Basil Adra, one of co-directors. Honored to be with you here tonight. I started filming the reality, our daily life as a Palestinian people under this brutal occupation that's going on since decades. I filmed how Israeli bulldozers destroying our homes, schools, infrastructures, how they shot my cousin, my neighbor, how they invading our village, how they arrested my father, when they arrested me too. I started filming this reality when I was a teenager until today. I started it for one main reason, is in order to show this reality and seeking that somebody in the world will see what's going on and do something for us to stop this from going on. But unfortunately, I am here in a country that still does not recognize us as a Palestinian state, that like most of the European countries do, that they... So when people talk about peace, peace is only we can reach peace only when there is a justice, when there is equality for human beings, for them as a human being. So as I'm here, I ask for the politicians, for the Europeans to do something, to act and to do serious actions, sanctions on the Israeli government, on the Israeli army to stop the crimes in Gaza, in the West Bank, to end this brutal occupation from going on and to have a better future and a better life. Thank you again.
I don't have a lot to add, just that, you know, last time we got awards together, it was in the middle of Hollywood, in a very capitalist place, and it's nicer to get award with people who are more committed to social justice. And you know, people ask what brought us together, and this conference is about democracy. And you have to realize that in our case, when I talk about Israel, you cannot talk about democracy when there is millions of people who are controlled by the army, who cannot vote. It cannot be. And this is the realization that this system that we both are born under is fundamentally unjust. The system that discriminates between us is what brought us together to fight for a political change. And unfortunately, when we started 5 years ago, we were thinking about the system that is controlling every aspect of Palestinian life. Today, in the Gaza Strip, the Israeli military is annihilating and destroying every aspect of Palestinian life. And we are united in our fight against that. And we hope to have your solidarity. And thank you again for the prize. Did we take the items?
The four of them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Και είναι βέβαια μεγάλη σημασία να γυρίζονται ντοκιμαντέρ.
It is very important for us to see images in documentaries, to be aware that thousands of children are in conditions of famine in the Gaza Strip. This is an excellent job that should also always be applauded. We also heard much today about the threats to democracy, about the way capital can move more strongly than before against the working class, and we see the real conditions. We see the huge differences in assets, in income, and everyone said that what brings the extreme right to power is because of the inequalities. We heard it from Elly Schlein, from Bernie Sanders, and I think that one alliance of the progressive powers is what can get us out of this situation. We are all here, we listen to Bernie Sanders, but now we all want to listen to somebody else, somebody who has given his name to this institute, the former Prime Minister of Greece, Alexis Tsipras. Let's call on Alexis Tsipras.
Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Can you hear me? Yes. What I was wanting to listen to is Bernie Sanders and all the other speakers. This was, I believe, a very interesting conference, the second such conference. The discussion was of the essence, and it will give us food for thought to every one of us. So, thank you to all those who are in this hall, but to all those who are outside the hall. Unfortunately, we were unable to meet the expectations of so many people who wanted to be with us today. But I also thank all those who attend digitally. Mostly and firstly, I should like to thank all the distinguished speakers for their participation from both sides of the Atlantic. I listened to Yuval and Basil, and I was moved by what they said. There is nothing to add. When you listen to these two young people who actually experience this drama, their message in favor of friendship and conciliation is stronger than any speech and any initiative at this point in time. Because Yuval, Basil, Rachel, and Bagda, the four people who were awarded, because Rachel and Hamdad are going to be given the prize by Yuval and Basil, four young artists had the courage to break away from the walls that surround them, from their ties, and to support one another, not in theory, but by risking their own lives. They act in favor of peace and justice. They fight in favor of hope against hate at a very difficult point in time. At a point in time when it seems that humanity is moving backwards, every time that Gaza is bombed, every time when young people or children or citizens are being bombed and killed. I'm very happy to have them with us today. And I'm very proud to having handed them the Precipice Peace Award. Dear friends, exactly 1 year ago, we embarked upon this effort with the first conference on peace and sustainable growth last year, peace and social justice this year. We are attempting to contribute to a debate about social policies, which we now need in order to deal with modern challenges and crises. Most of all, in order to face the powers of extreme right and nationalism which are rising in Europe. So today, 1 year later, we are at a critical crossroads, not only for Europe, but for the world. These forces, their ideas have become, unfortunately, even stronger. They're not only becoming more popular in society, they are coming into government. The re-election of President Trump is not just a factor that influences global development, but it reverses the whole framework on the basis on which the world relations were based in the post-war period and especially during the Cold War. It uses the weaknesses of the situation, the tragic consequences of the invasions in the Middle East and Afghanistan, or the collapse of certain powers in order to overthrow the international law as a point of reference in international relations. As we heard from our American speakers today, is legitimizing positions and policies that we could not even dream that we would see again in Western liberal democracies. Positions and ideas that undermine liberal democracy. The new international extreme right, which is becoming legitimate in Western democracies, is capitalizing on fear and insecurity that 15 years of subsequent crises have created. World financial crisis, uncontrolled wars, the worst migration crisis after World War II, the pandemic, and, of course, let us not forget the climate crisis, which is constantly worsening. They are using the fact that we are moving constantly from a bipolar to a multipolar world, and where we have lost the old stability. And the three phenomena which we have heard about today. Number one, the great increase of financial and regional inequalities. These inequalities started to grow during the Reagan and Thatcher period, but which have established themselves during the 90s, during the era of globalization, and sometimes with the help of some social democratic companies. And as we heard, both from Bernie Sanders and other speakers, they have intensified even further in recent years because the working people have been called upon to bear the huge burden of the world financial crisis and then of the climate crisis and the energy crisis, which has become a cost of living crisis, while at the same time the number of billionaires around the world continued to increase their wealth. At the same time, the extreme right forces are using the political and social dimension of inequalities. The fact that billionaires who have amassed wealth during the crisis, as well as their associates, are magically always above the law. As we heard today, the Wall Street was saved during the financial crisis. Did not only lead to somebody paying for what happened, somebody going to jail for what happened or losing their assets. No, most of them, or many of them, returned to their positions of responsibility. And some of them, people who led the financial crisis and some technocrats of that time, are much wealthier today and standing next to President Trump. Number three, the extreme right forces are using on the psychological and political problems of aspects, rather, of inequalities, as Bernie Sanders said today. This is an effort to deal with inequality. But as Sandel says, the different crises have led to the rhetoric of rising. That is the problem that the policies of education, social security, etc., are effective enough in social democracies so as to ensure meritocracy. So if you don't have the wages that you need, or when you are unable to rise socially, it is your fault because you were unworthy of that. And if you are not good enough, or if you do not merit this, then the state cannot do anything about you unless they concede something. They give you a one-off assistance, or they give you something because of your clientelistic relationship. So what is the reply of the extreme right, which very often makes alliances with the neoconservative or liberal parties? The model of capitalism, number one, compared to what we knew until now, the democratic capitalism, a capitalism that was working in a democratic manner. The model of the authoritarian capitalism, which uses different policies from authoritarian regimes, which are always becoming stronger. We heard from the president of the Labour Party in Brazil how the extreme right works in Latin America. We see violence in the US, the violence with which these state structures act when the enemy is the other, is the foreigner, the migrant, and when they become an internal enemy, the people who protest in the streets, as we saw with the National Guard in recent days. And of course, we heard Leo, the representative of Harvard students, to whom I said that he is very famous in this country. He has recently become very famous because he was a breath of democratic air to see the resistance that started from the Democratic Auditoria and the Boston squares. So we heard from him that the government is suppressing the rights of students and freedom of expression without respect for any form of academic protection. Then we see a model not only of authoritarian capitalism, but extreme neoliberal authoritarian capitalism. Many concessions to the billionaires and cuts to social policies with high taxation, and adding to this model of authoritarian and neoliberal capitalism, the financial interests of the people become identical with those the financial interests of the leaders. So the state is turned into a société anonyme, and all the relevant contracts go to them. And when we talk about the friends of the leadership or the executives, then any punishment forgets. As Jeffrey Kopstein writes, I will take part from one of your recent interviews. The letter of the law is only valuable to those who are not connected to the governing family. This is what you say about what's happening today in the US. And we are reminded of something when we listen to that. What they say in books or films, any similarity to other situations or persons is purely coincidental. This, my dear friends, is the response to the plans of the extreme right. But what we do about the left?
It is the responsibility of all left forces to resist together in order for them to manage fear and usher in hope, to tackle insecurity by introducing a policy of decency in terms of the daily lives of citizens. First of all, this is also pertinent to the ways in which us Europeans look at the European Union. We need to agree that the only future there is for a strong, united and strategically autonomous Europe is for it to act as a force of peace and stability. Our ability and capability to avert crisis must be strong, but we shouldn't be thinking in terms of a Cold War conflict or clash that will become exacerbated only to help the defense industry make more money. And most importantly, we can't do that at the expense of or to the detriment of social cohesion. And that is why we have to change, or rather, given the changes in the fiscal architecture of Germany, we have to revise the economic and financial architecture of Europe in order to support sustainable growth and development, strategic investments, innovation, and European public goods. Most importantly, it needs to be there to deal with inequalities by means of stronger social policies. And we heard Enrico Letta highlight how important it is for the freedom of every single European citizen, not just to move about, but also to stay where they are and to work decently, exactly where they reside now. Them and their families. And we have to talk about a new ethic, moral, and social patriotism in order for us to have a vision of the future, to promote that vision of the future, to explain to people that we are going to indeed fight hard for each and every one job in our respective countries, and we are going to stand up for the forces of innovation, creativity, and this is quite unlike what the extreme right parties are doing or the center right and their allies, because they often pretend that they are acting in the name of the working people, but essentially they're there to make sure that there will be more profits made. They will support the billionaires and the oligarchs and wealth, more wealth. So our main objective must be the enhancement and strengthening of the institutional checks and balances, meaning democracy, to make sure that states and nations will not be transformed into société anonyme of those who are in power and the oligarchs who are supporting them. We should replace the clientelistic state with a state that has strategic and growth goals. We need a new social covenant between and amongst the public administration, the working people, and all entities in order to have gradual taxation, as Max Sandel says in his exceptional book that he co-authored with Thomas Piketty. It is a mistake to give away patriotism to the parties of the right. The social democratic parties please listen, because there's more. The social democratic and progressive parties must be clear about what the sense of belonging means to them and what patriotism is. For instance, when companies are looking for tax havens instead of paying taxes exactly where they make their profits, is this not an absence of economic and financial patriotism? Don't enterprises have a patriotic duty to pay taxes in order to facilitate the public good and benefit the country that has allowed them to be successful? Within this context, the context of looking for a modern, effective and efficient progressive reply, we have very interesting propositions and proposals and that came from young people who act in the field of the market, research, administration, the civil society. They touched on the importance of promoting the digital transformation, always with terms and conditions that will protect our economies, our societies, our rights, and our environment against arbitrary attitudes on the part of the state, and also make sure that everything is protected from the oligarchs. Last but not least, I believe it is important, since we are progressive powers and forces, we need to again reassert, or rather use again, the term not just patriotism but also safety and security, especially now when extreme right parties are taking advantage of these terms and are trying to capitalize on fear in order to get more votes. We have to insist on the importance of protecting territorial, natural, and also economic and financial safety, or sovereignty, if you will, for the sake of our citizens. It's important for us to have one single European migration policy that will be respectful of international law, supportive of legal ways for legal migration pathways. And it's also important to make sure that we include all the working people that Europe will need in the next 30 years. We can do that, or should do that, in order to have a healthy and a robust labor market that will respect and pay well everyone in each and every country. But we also have to make sure that we protect the inviolability of the borders and in line with that is provided for in international treaties and international law, to protect ourselves from rigs of traffickers, in order for us to never see again pictures of what we are seeing today because of what's happening in the States, and in order to not relieve tragedies such as the one in Lampedusa or the other one in Pylos. At the same point in time, progressive forces need to fight to have an international, a global order of collective security and common growth against the backdrop of a multipolar world, because this is the world we're living in today. We need a new world order which will be able to tackle new challenges, contemporary crises without repeating the mistakes of the West, the past mistakes of the West. And this new collective order, international order of collective security, must have at its core respect for international law and not the premise that the stronger will assert their power and their rights. So we shouldn't have different terms and conditions apply. We have to right here and now. So this is pertinent to what you said before, because somebody chanted, if not now, then when? So now we need to, again, oppose Israeli operations that are assassinating dozens and dozens of civilians in Gaza. Let's, at long last, ask Europe to show its face, its true face that based on its treaties, founding treaties, and there have to be sanctions against Israel as long as it doesn't stop those military operations. It is imperative that we have an end to those operations right here and now. We have to restart the negotiations on the basis of the 1967 borders to have a two-state solution that will be two states who will be living in peace the way they work together. The recipients of the award are actually the model. They are part of the message we wish to communicate. We can all work together side by side. At the same point in time, we also need to still be empathetic, and that is oppose the Russian invasion to the Ukraine without being carried away by the war-like atmosphere that permeates Europe. We have to insist that an end is put to this war, this bloody war, as fast as possible. We have to have a neutral Ukraine, but it should have a European future, not a NATO-oriented future. Ukraine must. We also need to resist, moreover, to the violations, human rights violations, and we have to also stand up for the rights of the incarcerated mayor of Istanbul in Turkey. We must oppose his arrest, and we have to do whatever it's possible for us to have a just and fair solution to the issue of Cyprus in line with the UN premises without occupation forces. And we also have Zoran to support the enlargement of the European Union to include the Western Balkan countries. Well, listen, if Europe is not a reliable power in its own neighborhood, then it can't be a reliable force anywhere else. And with the Prespers agreement, it's been 7 years, this agreement helped the progressive powers once again prove yet again that we are the ones who are fighting for a Europe that is self-confident, a Europe that is reliable, a reliable peace paragon, and we're not taking advantage of nationalistic sentiments to gain more votes by pretending to be pro-European at the same point in time. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I firmly believe that this can be the start of a new progressive agenda that could inspire people. It can help create a vision, and it can also be efficient and effective, stopping thus the anti-politics that we've seen happen in the States, in Europe, in our country. It could also stop the far right. The far right, internationally speaking, is organizing itself. They are coordinating between amongst them. They are organizing and they are coordinating between, in front of our very eyes. It's a paradox. Those people who are talking about the uniqueness of their respective nations, who always accused the left of not being nationalist or nation-oriented, now they are globalizing, they are coordinating, they are making alliances with the mainstream conservative parties. And so we have to understand that if each and every one on our own, in our respective countries, and actually alone in our countries, inside our countries, if we are alone, if we stand alone, we can't tackle them. So we have to organize, we have to collectively work together to have an international force or international movement for social justice and democracy in order to deal with the rise of extreme right parties in Europe, in the States, and the world over. You know what? We've done this before. Maybe we didn't realize we did so much back then. We didn't realize how important that was. We had rallies, we had Porto Alegre, Genova, Seattle, there were the protests against the Iraqi war, there was the Occupy Wall Street movement, there was the Indignados movement in Madrid to begin with, and then we also had the indignant Greeks here in Athens and also the rest of Greece. So we can do that again, especially now that we have accumulated experience because we were in power in Latin America, in Greece, in Cyprus, in Spain, in Portugal. So we have now experience enough to know what sort of alliances must be built, what sort of clashes must happen, what to give priority to, and who to fight those battles with in order for us to come out victorious. You know what Bernie Sanders today as well, but also in each and every one of his speeches and statements, he always, I think, communicates many important messages in that direction. He speaks English, but he at the same time speaks Greek because in each and every one of his statements and speeches, there are 4 important or dominant Greek words. 3 to describe the current regime in his country: oligarchy, kleptocracy, xenophobia. And then another word, the 4th, to describe what all movements would like to have now: democracy, he says. 4 great Greek words that are there in almost each and every one of Bernie Sanders' speeches. Democracy, the priceless Greek contribution to the progress of mankind, and the reply to everything that is appearing as a continuity of a world of war, oligarchs, authoritarianism, climate crisis, and segregation between the privileged and the underprivileged, because we are all aware of the fact, very well so, that in the absence of democracy, there's no justice, there's no human values, no rights, no rules, no prosperity, no hope for the many. You know, it's not a pun, so it's not a play with words. This is the lives of millions of people we're talking about. It's about the future of our planet, the future of Europe, the future of our homeland. Because what Bernie and everyone else who took the floor today talked about is not just of interest to just the other side of the Atlantic. This was not just pertinent to Donald Trump's United States of America. It's pertinent and interesting to Europe and Greece as well, because here in our homeland, as we speak, democracy and justice are also being put to the test. Because, you see, there are visible policies and invisible practices followed by this government in Greece that is building a certain community. And on the basis of specific data and surveys, it would make sense to describe what this government is trying to construct: the government of divides, the country of the divides, the society of divides. The 1/5 of the people in Greece can be very rich, or they are well off and they live a decent life. So there's the society of the 1/5 that is saving money, and on the other end, you have the overwhelming majority of the rest of the people, meaning the 4/5 of the rest of the population that is struggling. A very big part of this population is living almost in poverty, if not under extreme circumstances. This is a society, picture this, it suffered for 8 years during the crisis and it made big sacrifices, but it's also important to acknowledge who's exercising policies. When we were in power, we aimed to get Greece outside of this crisis, and indeed we were forced to endorse fiscal discipline policies. Nonetheless, we managed to help people who were living under the poverty threshold. According to statistical data that is official, in 2015 it was 21%, and it was less in 2019, almost by 5 basis points. And we managed to spectacularly improve the economic inequalities indicator. Contrary to all of that, there's this government in power today. Everything was fine for them. There were no memoranda of understanding. There was the financial easing conditions. There were millions in the treasury, but still this government managed to increase the number of the poor from 17.9%. Now it's 19.6, or rather was in 2024. And at the same point in time, this government, which is currently in power, paved the way for huge profits to be made by the biggest corporations. The top 10 listed Greek companies managed to have record-breaking profits. They made 11.5 billion, and this was a record for the past 15 years. So that's what Greece is. That's what Greece looks like today. 1/5 of the population is having a good time. A chunk thereof is amassing wealth, and the rest of the population is struggling. That's Greece. This is Greece. So wherever I may go, as the poet said, Greece is hurting me. This is a country of huge inequalities, a country that stayed on in Europe, but it's diverging all the time from Europe. So in terms of purchasing power, we lost 30%, or rather we are below the European average by 30%, 3-0. We are competing with only Bulgaria. The social and welfare state is shrinking as we speak. The hospital facilities are in demise. The schools are not doing well. And at the same point in time, there's speculation, especially in these social protection fields, meaning healthcare and schools. And if you take into account also the blows that the independent justice was dealt with, the operation of independent entities, the pluralism of the media, if you take into account also corruption, the astounding number of direct procurement contracts that involve 3 in every 4 public contracts, and given that 17% of the RRF has been given to just a mere 2% of the companies of this country, then if you put that together, you will realize that I had every reason why I used the balkanization term the other day, and I was being lenient.
And in any way, our relations with Europe are advancing on the basis of the judicial and interference with the Predator scandal, and of course the effort to cover up the 2 tragedies, Tempe and Pylos. In my view, my dear friends, this is not the result of a political error. No, it is the result of a policy that brings together in a very well-planned manner growth and the wealth of a few against the many. It is bringing up the value of houses and apartments, and is pushing down the value of labor, and 42% is taxation. So we see a parasitical growth model, which has led Greece to the 2010 disaster. And I'm afraid that since the conditions remain exactly the same, I'm afraid that they are preparing the next crisis. And that is why no democratic person, especially someone who has been assigned with a public presence, nobody can remain silent wherever they might be. With the international situation being fluid, with the society in a paralysis, with the economy heading towards a wall, with nobody able to present a convincing alternative to what is happening, while what has described the situation that has described you is deteriorating. Unfortunately, we see that there is no magic key that will help us unlock a new type of society, a different Greece. The key, we either have to find ourselves or to create it all together. So, what we do need is a new national plan for growth and reconstruction, not overnight, but a 5-year plan aiming at 2030, aiming at growth, resilience, safety, security, justice, institution, democracy, aiming at trust and solidarity, which we want to see returning to politics, to the economy, in society. But what we mainly need is a new vision that will inspire and mobilize the working people, the young people, the professionals, the producers, people who work, who are doing sound business efforts and who wish to change the present situation. A new political wave that will bring together the different colorful resistance movements and will bring inspiration and an alternative vision to people, to the frustrated people. I would call it a new patriotism. This is what we actually need, a new patriotism. Its characteristics should be the answer to today's challenges, a new patriotism vis-à-vis the oligarchy and kleptocracy, so that we can keep on one side our country and on the other side their wealth. This is a new and modern aspect of policies. A new patriotism in Greece that, of course, will meet up with similar movements in Europe, in the US, and around the world. It will be set up on the basis of democracy, solidarity, and new humanism. A new patriotism in every country individually, but also a new international spirit globally. So this is what we need, a new vision, a new movement like this, a moral, social, and political initiative which will go through all the political parties, will bring together all those who have turned their back to politics, will make people leave their couch, and will give new content to policy, to politics and justice. Only when people get up from their couch will there be hope and politics. I believe that this is an objective for which we should all make an effort. Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, let's call it a day. This is the end of the second international conference on democracy and social justice by the Alexis Tsipras Institute. Thank you for being with us. Bye-bye.